A Court of Fairies and Fiction. Akafath Girls Podcast. Hosts Mel, Liv, Aka, and Lili. A bookish theory and discussion podcast for the Akatar, Crescent City, and Tug series, as well as our Fable Book Club reads. Season 3, Episode 9. So much more hidden lore.
Hello, everybody. We are back.
We're back on our bullshit.
Back on our bullshit. Back at the circus.
Why is there a cake there?
Is there a cake?
It's a lie.
Yeah. Anywho, after the Taylor Swift album came out, it gave me a lot of thoughts and ideas for reels, and I've done some reels, and it made me think of more theories. So today I want to start off with Nesta. And it's different from like the Dusk stuff, but I had a question for you guys, and I wanted to know what you would think about it. So, I mean, kind of to do with Dusk, maybe. So if like Valaris is Dusk, or even if it isn't, right? Do you think that Nesta will ever like hang out with her bar homies again, like her poker guys, like the poker table?
Most definitely. She'll probably have them like go for like, you know, bi-weekly hangouts and stuff.
Cause like I know technically they were like men, but like I don't know. I feel like if they lived,
you
in
can
the
have
slums,
a platonic friendship with some poker buddies.
No, but I'm saying like they lived in the slums, right? So Reese doesn't give a fuck about them.
Yeah,
she might. If she becomes like
give
queen,
them their own
like,
place.
oh, the slums, like I can fix it because God forbid Reese fixes his slums. Like
he can't even fix the Illyrians.
I'm like, Reese, aren't you the charity? Aren't you the billionaire? What charity? What are you talking about? The charities can fix the slums. What charities? You're the fundee, huh?
I think, honestly, that's kind of a play on how, like, modern celebrities will be like, yeah, let's do this charity, like, donation and stuff. And then it's like, oh, but you're actually only donating, like 5% of what they need.
I know.
And it's not actually helpful towards anyone because you're still causing the rest of us to do most of the work.
Yeah. So I'm like, I wonder if she's ever going to, like, go and help out the people that she played poker with or, like, ever see them again.
She probably would, considering that they were there for her in her darkest moments.
I know.
They saw her as just who she was in that time rather than the High Lord sister-in-law.
Mm-hmm. And, like, they saw them, like, come into the bar and start, like, chewing her out and shit. They were probably like, what the fuck? Like, leave her alone.
Yeah.
You know? But, I don't know. I don't know if I have faith in SJM to, like, add that in, especially with all the other plot. Like, what's her face? Oh my god, Claire. Claire was never mentioned again. Claire was Nesta's friend.
She wasn't.
She was not in her book. She did not find out that Reese was the one that killed her. She did not find out that Farah was the one that gave the name. There's like a little tiny line in there where like it might be alluded to. She knew that Faye took them. She didn't know what.
Yeah, but it was never actually blatantly said.
She's probably assuming that Tamlin or someone. But
yeah,
no, it was Reese.
Tamlin's court's closer to the wall.
Later.
Mm-hmm.
I want a big old fight.
I want her to find out so bad.
Right?
Dude, oh my, just all the shit that she doesn't know that Faizan has done. Like, all of it. Oh, all of it. Just the fact that she doesn't even know that, she doesn't know that Farah was the one that gave Ianthe their names. She assumes it was Tamlin.
Yeah, that's because nobody fucking communicates.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's gonna be so messy.
All of these issues would be solved if they just sat down and had like a family meeting and they were just like, what actually happened?
But Reese and Farah are not going to tell the truth because then it makes them look bad.
Reese couldn't even tell the truth about her pregnancy.
I know.
Like, why are we trying to set standards that
don't even
It's the definition of insanity.
It's absolute insanity. I mean, I know that Nesta blamed her anyway because she's like, you're the reason I'm stuck here and you're the reason I'm like this. Because, like, yeah, she went back.
Yeah.
She's not wrong. That's the thing.
She's not wrong. But I don't think she knows the actual details of how right she was.
No, of course she doesn't. It's also Nesta, the sister that everybody seems to hate.
Yeah.
So they're
I
not
would
gonna.
love
It's the
for-
older sister syndrome. They're not actually gonna talk to her until she loses her mind.
Yep.
Yep. But yeah, it bothers me so much. I want everything to come out, and I want Elain to kind of be the one to like bridge the gap between Tamlin and the Night Court, obviously with Lucian, but they don't really trust Lucian.
Ugh.
But I don't know. I feel like Elain could be the bridge there.
I really think Elain could be the one that actually like sits down with Tamlin and Lucian is like, you guys were
Yeah.
best friends.
Yeah.
You talk.
And then she's like, okay, now Tamlin and Rhys, and they're like, the fuck we are.
Right?
And Farrah's like, well, he did.
Well, because
save
what
our
I'm
lives.
really curious about is why has no one come up with the idea that like Elain could be the emissary to Springcourt? She loves flowers.
Oh
She
shit!
gardens all
No
the time. So like, why can't she just
Liaison.
go to Springcourt and literally become Tamlin's like female best friend? You know,
Mhm.
take
I think
Lucian's
that's
place.
what they're.
Really.
I think that's what they're afraid of because
Yeah,
they
I
don't
think so,
trust
too.
Lucian because of that, and so they're like, oh well, one, we would force her to be with her mate that she doesn't want, which Rhys would definitely do, but I don't know if he would do that
But
at
that's
the
the thing.
expense
If
of being
they-
connected to Spring again.
If they explained to Tamlin the whole mating situation between Lucian and Elain, I'm sure Tamlin would actually like get his shit together and actually help them through that, help
Yeah.
Elain through that, be
Aww.
like a big
Yeah.
brother to her, and
I
sort of
know!
help her see how
I'm
Lucian is the
sorry.
better option.
Yeah,
Again,
right?
communication would solve all of these problems.
So can I say something? So I actually do think that Tamlin is going to be to Elain what Azriel is to Nesta.
Yes,
Oh, I
the
hope
brotherly,
so.
yeah,
Well, Eris too, but like after Baron dies when it's safe to.
yeah,
Because they're gonna actually
yeah. Eris
hurt the
can't
family.
do anything
She
right
can't
now.
do anything right now, but yeah. I do think that and I was thinking about this the other day, the gift that the cauldron gave Elaine. I know we've brought it up a million times, but I do actually think that it's some sort of like earth flower something magic. And I think she's gonna be the one to help restore Spring.
Yeah, I
Probably,
mean,
like,
everything has
probably-
been alluding to the.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if we go back all the way to book one with the dresser drawers with
Yeah.
the paintings and stuff,
Yeah.
Farrah, as much as
Yeah.
we don't like her, she
Mhm.
saved Valaris from that
Yeah.
raid.
Yeah.
Like she was a part of that. That explains the whole stars thing. Like she
Mhm.
does fit there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
It's
then
just
Nesta
like-
with the flames. I mean, she could have had something with Eris, and then she has her silver flame stuff. I really
Cormac.
think she did just more Eris stuff with her though.
Cormac?
Yeah, and Cormac. And then Elain gardens.
Well, okay, I like Elaine.
Right now, she's very much a Persephone and Hades type thing, where she's in the underworld, but she's not actually with Hades because Hades is with somebody else.
That's why I was
Like
sad
it's a very
that
weird
Sarah was like,
play on that stuff.
Phazand is Hades and Persephone. I was like, kind
because
of.
it's literally not. Because Persephone was not a hunter; she was
Yeah.
a nymph.
Yeah, it was.
But
weird.
she
Yeah.
was the yeah. That's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was Demeter's daughter.
Yeah.
You really think that Demeter would let her do anything?
Mama A. Mama
Exactly.
A. She knew Tamlin. I do think I know we had the Elaine changeling theory, but I think Henry was onto something when he said maybe Mama A was the changeling.
I could see that. I
Because
agree
then
with that
like
completely.
Tamlin would know her.
Yeah.
It would make sense. But yeah, I think that in exchange for helping his court like get revived, I think Tamlin's probably gonna help her like learn how to hone those powers. Maybe. Cause he's gonna have to be distracted with something. He's gonna have to like be motivated by something to get up and try again. And I also think that while there, Elaine's gonna have the vision of his mate, Briar. Or even like the LORINNN, like someone.
I think
That
she would
will
have the
help
vision of LORINNN, honestly.
I think she already
Yeah.
did. I mean, I think the LORINNN vision was the crying person already in Akawar.
Yeah.
She's different, changed like me. Yeah, because she's under the thrall of the parasite. And Elain at that point was very much thinking of her magic and like her new Phaenix as like this parasite that overrode her humanity, right? So I think that was a very appropriate use of wording when she was like changed like me, different. So it's like, yeah, she was kind of changed because she isn't able to bring out her wings and she isn't able to get home and she isn't able to like be herself in this new planet when she had to kind of fool everybody into thinking she was this like gentle, demure person and like very flighty and kind of dumb when she really isn't. Because going by the mural, she is a smarty pants that knows about the hologram. So I think it would do the entire series a huge disservice, honestly, to never circle back to LORINNN and the sister and the mural. I think Sarah will though, because why would she bring up the mural during Aka War, during the war? There was like, I had seen that before, like when she's under the thrall of the cauldron, she's like, oh, I had seen that before, the mural in the spring court. Like, yeah, hello, like, okay, Thea was connected to the cauldron. Celine was telling her mother Thea's story, and Feyre basically saw this connected to the cauldron, and she's like, I saw it in the spring court. Who the fuck else would have drawn it in the spring court? Like, I know we've gone over the whole thing with the paints and all of this shit, but I do seriously believe that LORINNN was supposed to be the Dust Queen because she would have been the female of the current ruling line. Again, it was supposed to be more, but then the line swapped, so then it would have been the female because the females are the ones that rule Dusk. It would have been the sister. And that was such motivation for the fathers to get rid of her. So like,
Absolutely.
and just the content, again, the content of the mural, the eyes and teeth between the peaks, fucking portals, rifts, gates.
I think that this next book is there's gonna be a lot of like Rhysand's sister in it because she like Azriel brings her up again in what was it in Hofast. So I think that's where we're going with this next book. I think it's gonna tie in a lot.
It could literally be the bridge into the Tamlin Illusion book too.
Oh my god. No. I just had an idea. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know how Rhysand can time walk?
Yeah.
What if Feyre in a parallel reality was the one who did the mural?
Oh god, no.
That would be kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, like I kind of think that would be neat.
It's still canon for me that Para can't paint for shit. And I'm not really one to talk. I do some abstract painting myself. Yeah. I do some art on the side. It's not like my main thing.
Yeah.
But I still fully believe she can't paint for shit.
I mean, that would be interesting. Although, like, there was that whole line where she was like, oh, like a different set of eyes had painted this. Someone so unlike me. But I was like, technically, you're not like yourself anymore because you're not human anymore. So
I'm saying, like,
well, yeah, because literally after she got changed, Rhys said, "Be grateful for your human heart,"
which she does not have. Still, come on.
But I'm saying, like, if Rhys can like time travel and visit like parallel universes or parallel realities. What if he visited the reality where Feyre and Tamlin actually do work it out? That's why he tells her he would have been yours.
I do think he went the route that where she ended up with him 100%. Like I said, that whole thing of how he knew what was going to happen under the mountain, how he needed to brand her for that trial. Like it's all just like way too coincidental.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, like Maeve again, like Maeve. He's a fucking Valk prince. Like,
but that was
no doubt
awesome though. If like in a different reality, like Tamlin and Feyre worked out their shit, acted like grown ass adults, and communicated, and then after like 100 years of her being Fae and getting used to that new body, she starts pumping out kids, and the children's books are actually for their kids.
That's crazy. So oh my god. Okay, but then all right. So then,
this is my new headcanon.
But in this universe, how does she know about the portals and shit? Because then all the shit wouldn't have happened with Elain falling through the sky and stuff.
Oh.
The timey-wimey shit, like, it's very hard to write because all of the shit that you have already included into canon, you have to remember how to incorporate that into a new alternate. So it's like, it's wild. I applaud anybody that can do multiverses like that, especially like time shit. I think that's probably why Sarah's taking so long. I think it's really difficult to do time shit like accurately, not really accurately, but
especially if she's doing the discrepancies on purpose.
Yeah, consistently. And
because then she has to keep track of all that, the whole murder board stuff, as we talked about.
Yeah. And not only just between the two worlds, but between the three worlds, which is even harder. So I do think she fucking just wrote herself into where there's so many threads that, okay, she's probably just like, okay, I'm contracted for these 3 romance books, but there is all this fantasy plot that I cannot possibly shove into 3 books. And then Bloomsbury was like, you're right, Twilight of the Gods trilogy. So she's like, oh, I'll incorporate all the previous shit into a prequel. So I do think that like the Amryn stuff, the Tog gods, as I've said, you know, the death gods, the Tog shit, the crossings, and maybe the Rhys, Tamlin, Lorin shit would be in Twilight of the Gods, like at the very end, because I think it would be really cool for that trilogy to end where ACOTAR picks up if it's a prequel.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if it was like that. Yeah. I totally agree with you.
And then like that way we could see like how Hybern infiltrated and how Amarantha was with Tamlin as a child. Traumatizing, but people need to see it to know like how fucking traumatized Tamlin is, because they don't seem to fucking care. And like all the shit, because he was born during this war. Rhys was 28. He was just being born. He's 28 years older than him. And he's like, oh, the war started when I was 28. Okay, so Tamlin was coming out of the womb when this war started. He was 7 when it ended. So, yeah. But see, this is the inconsistency with Sarah, because she made it seem like, okay, well, when Tamlin was a child, Amarantha was, preying on him, and the father was taking him to Hybern and all of this stuff. And, like, that could have worked, but, like, wouldn't Hybern be in the heart of the war at that point?
More than likely.
Yeah, so, like, I know she's like, oh, I don't do math, but it's like, Sarah. Sarah! Like, I guess that's still home base, so I guess they could be having political meetings, and he could be bringing Tamlin for favors.
But I don't think he would, because remember, Tamlin had brothers, so he was not the one that was going to be the High Lord. Why would he go to those meetings?
Exactly.
Unless it was all the sons, kind of like how Baron takes majority, if not all of them.
His father
show the power of the family.
His father was absolutely trading Tamlin for political gain. Like, to Amarantha.
It's stretch kitty.
Like, I 100% think that, like, she was a pedophile. And his father didn't give a fuck. He's like, oh, you want my youngest son? That doesn't fucking matter? Okay. Here, spend an hour with him, and I get this political favor.
Wait a minute.
It's so awful.
Wait a minute. If Rhys was Amarantha's ally, Tamlin is this little kid, and for a brief moment in their lives, Rhys-Ann took Tamlin under his wing.
No,
he
wasn't Amarantha's ally for the first war. He was
not for the first war, but the second.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know.
It's
sketchy.
Well, okay, so you have someone in their mid-40s who, granted, still looks like they're in their early 20s, mid-40s, befriending an 18-year-old. I get that they're fae, right? I get that they look the same age. But Rhys likes...
I think we established how we feel about those age gaps.
Right? I get that Rhys and the fae stop aging in their 20s, so literally the age gap wasn't that big on the surface, but like...
If we look at it from a psychological point of view, which I know SJM never does, there is still maturity differences.
So he's like, oh, I was trying to out-poem him in dirty poetry. It's like, he's a fucking
That's such a, like, teenage thing to do.
Oh, I thought it was kind of sweet. I think
it's so cute. It's like, it's sweet, but like in that sort of like, oh, you don't have anything worse on your mind to think of. Like, you're just thinking of
I think
poems.
that's why Sarah had him, like, amend things kind of, because he was like, oh, we were friends and I took him under my wing. I think that's why he's like, who do you think showed him the finer aspects of swords and females? Like, because he was the poor guy. That's why. It wasn't because, like, oh, they were besties or whatever, and people are like, oh, Tamlin is so lame, he couldn't even get a girl. Like, no, he was like a fucking adolescent.
Yeah.
He was in his 40s.
He had to learn how to do things from someone that knew how to do it and was a little older.
Yeah. So, again, just the timeline. I wish, and I don't know if she's doing it, but I wish that she would, at least in the Kindle versions, because I know print versions would be way too hard to do. I wish she would tell us that she would edit the Kindle versions to have a cohesive timeline. Like, I wish she would just go back and be like, because even the Mor and Eris thing, like, was he really 7 when you were engaged? No, you were the same age. So then why are you saying that this happened and this happened, but then he would have been younger than her? Like, it doesn't add up, and shit needs to add up, especially if you're doing a prequel based on time jumping and world hopping. You need a concise timeline. You need it.
But I think she's purposely messing up the timeline that we know to lead into that, so that we can see, like, oh wow, things are kind of fucked because some people have these memories, other people have these memories, and it's because of 2 different things happening at the same time, different universes and all that.
It's crazy to me. And then I feel like, as much as I love CC3 for the crossover, she's doing world jumping. You're talking, but time is a huge part of the worlds. Like, you have to have a specific timeline for the worlds. And so she's just like, Bryce gets back, and they're just like, oh, it's been 5 days. And she's like, what do you mean it's been 5 days? It's been like a day. So, okay, so Crescent City's 4 days ahead of Prithian. Like, I don't see how that would work, but okay.
I think one of the things that a lot of authors struggle with when it comes to doing the time stuff is they don't have, like, an actual set, like, oh, in this world, today is the autumn equinox. Yeah. In this world, that was 4 days ago. Like, they don't have, like, a set thing that happens that tells you even what time of year it is. Because I understand there are seasonal courts and then the solar courts. We don't really know most of the time what season it is in the solar. We find out what it is in the mortal side because of Farah. You know, it's winter.
We only know from Nesta's birthday, the Illyrian,
and then how Farah is born on the longest night of the year. That's why she's so weird.
Yeah, we only knew spring and winter in the Night Court because they're like,
and in the mortal world.
Couple months ago, and Nesta's
maybe a little bit of summer
spring.
In the mortal realm when Farah was sent back by Tamlin.
Yeah.
Because we were told about all the flowers and things.
I also want to know, how does that work? I get that there's the middle, right? But is the middle another type of wall? Because if you think about it, how do the seasonal courts stay in their seasons? But
I think it has to do with the magic. Because if you remember, they were talking about when they were going to the mortal realm to like talk about the queens and see them and stuff like that. They had to fly over spring.
Yes.
But they even had to do it out at sea
Yeah.
Because if you cross into a magical barrier, I think Tamlin's the High Lords in general, but like for
they're like, oh, the High Lords
Tamlin's magic itself is the creating the barrier.
Yes. Okay.
But then it's Prythian itself and all the High Lords that are keeping up the wall. Yeah. So
I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense because you have the seasonal courts who are the same season all the time, but they still have the same 24-hour cycle.
Yeah.
And then you have the
solar courts where but again, time that they are is the most beautiful.
But they don't stay in their time of day, and they also
I don't think they should do that.
Like, I don't either, but I just think that like then why should the seasonal courts stay in there? It's like it's weird to me.
I think it kind of is just showing like, oh, their magic is constantly going, while with the solar courts, they have that underlying magic, like how healing has to do more so with the knowledge of things and stuff, and then creating light from himself.
I just find it interesting because what's going to change now that Vesperus is gone? Because she said that she's been feeding the land there too. Remember, in the middle.
Yeah.
I mean, not in the middle, in the Dusk Court. But what's under the mountain still? There's still someone
bodies.
No, there's still so there was Amarantha, and then there was the Spring Court people in cages under them. What's under them though? Because
Girl Scout cookies.
Because Vesperus is like, oh, there's still 2 more mountains, the middle and Ramiel, like. And she was like, oh, I found the monsters. I found some of the... Selene was like, I found some of the monsters that I put in this prison in the southern mountain, which is under the mountain. Like,
yeah.
So they were Valg. So who's still under the mountain? Again, the First Light Core is there. So someone's feeding off that First Light Core. Someone's feeding off the First Light Core in Ramiel. And if we're going by the lore of the Barren Mountains, all being sister mountains, and how there was a secret 4th trove, I do still think the Gallian Mountain is the secret 4th sister mountain. And
also, keep in mind,
the Valkyries are under it.
In book 1, we think that like the Middengard worm is like the only one that's there, and then we find out later there's another one,
and under the other mountain. Yeah.
And so it makes me wonder: are there also tunnels that go under?
There are.
Like not just the one that's like from Spring Court to under them.
How Farah knew
but
that.
I'm thinking the tunnels because Rhys told her in her mind and just gave her the knowledge.
Oh well, if Tamlin hadn't crumbled the opening, we could have just taken under the mountain all the way to the Night Court. Since when? If that were true, how was Rhys not going back to his court using that tunnel? Sarah?
I think he was. Well, because keep in mind, he was during Under the Mountain, he was keeping Valaris hidden.
Yeah. Oh, I was
and
oh shit.
I think he was still having to do a little bit with like the Court of Nightmares.
I mean, I do think that's how the Shadow Wraiths were getting in and out. But again, like they were
that too. Because I doubt Amarantha would have let him have the Shadow Wraiths. Because they were most likely telling Azriel everything.
How the fuck was Azriel not showing up? He also has a shadow form.
Yeah, but I think the Wraiths were able to hide a lot easier.
I know.
And they were able to be her little handmaidens rather than Azriel with wings. Like those two were able to like learn the details of Farah.
But remember, he does the exact same thing that the Shadow Wraiths do in book 1 and book 3 in Hybern to get Elain. Nobody knew he was there. He was just a shadow. I mean, other than Jurian, because we don't know.
Yeah, but Esther probably also didn't want us to meet Azriel yet.
Yeah.
Didn't want us to know the somewhat extent of his powers.
Well, I mean,
at all.
I think honestly, to be fair, she, like I said, she wrote book 1 and then she was like, oh, I want Rhys to be, and then she's like, oh, I have to have him have a family.
Yeah.
And then I have to justify everything. So like that's why the Bat Boys exist. So I don't think she was.
I mean, it's cute though. That there's a little trio called the Bat Boys, like. And then Azriel, the quiet one, has the biggest wingspan.
I need Gwen to like call them the Bat Boys, like on page, and Azriel just to be like,
Gwen has the personality to do so. But you know, it makes me wonder if if Nesta can barely fit 2 hands, does that mean that with Azriel it's like 3? Also, Also, an interesting point was mentioned to me by my friend. How do we know for a fact that it was bigger than 2 hands?
You said that. I don't know. I think...
I'm sorry that I'm bringing it back to this conversation, but it's been running in my head for like a good day or two. Just how do we know
I'm
that
just
it
saying
was...
that Gwen says she's pliable, so
like this?
Pliable, like
you got a bouncy pelvis. Just saying, she can carry the bat babies. So the minute she said that, my first read, the minute she said that, I was like, she's Azriel's endgame. There we go.
I saw it as
the uterus
endgame, but also they're absolutely sleeping together. Because you're not just gonna say that you're flexible and stuff like that and not be trying to get in his pants. Like,
because Gwen,
I see you. Especially with Nesta doing the whole "you're the new ribbon."
Emery was like, "Oh, the wingspan or whatever," and then Cassian's like, "Oh, we measure," and like,
"Oh, do you?"
Everyone knows Azriel's is the biggest. Like, Gwen.
You know, that might be because remember, he's also the one that gets teased the most.
I know.
So they probably tease him to like, quote, keep his ego in check. Because some families do that.
Honestly, if you guys listen to Taylor Swift's new song "Would," talking about her fiance,
that's my favorite one.
I knew it. I'm like, that's
my favorite one. I love that dirty song.
I used it for Elain and Lucian because of the Autumn Court thing, but also Gwen and Azriel because she's gonna be like that ding dang redwood tree. That ding dang redwood tree. She's gonna be like, thank the mother, I am pliable. No pain, many gains.
Have you guys seen the podcast, The New Heights, like little sound bit about it? How Jason is asking him about it, and he's like, "I'd be like a Japanese maple."
Okay,
it's funny.
Jason Kelsey is Cassian.
He is Cassian,
but like in a good way.
Yeah,
have you seen that video of him in like that?
He's a girl dad,
super
like
drunk and flipping it.
He's
Cassian blowing up the building.
It is Cassian, literally. He is literally Cassian.
And I feel like Travis is very much the Azriel because he's like, it's an appendage, dude. And he's like, I think you misunderstood the song.
Yeah.
But also because like, all right, Taylor's the singer, Gwen's the singer. It makes sense. Like, I know Azriel sings too, but not like in public, whereas Gwen is like an open singer. I want their duet too so bad. So bad. So bad. I want her to convince him to sing with her at the temple. That's what I want.
Oh, I love that.
That would be really sweet.
I still think that because of his mom, he is... And also because of his job, like I've said before, I do think he's religious. And he's always like, oh, thank the mother, like when Nesta was hurt and like out of the mask and stuff. So I do think he like goes to the temple more often than we see because like he's just off doing missions. I don't think he's always doing missions. I think he's at the temple sometimes. I think he goes to see Gwen now, actually. I would love that. But I do feel like he's probably in like shadow form when he goes, so nobody sees him. I think that would be hilarious. And then I want him to like, I just want Azriel to be like, yes, you have this very dangerous and controversial job, but then like on the weekends, you're just a church boy who loves his mom and goes for family dinner at his mom's house, like Sunday dinner at his mom's house. Like, I just, like, I want him to be that so bad. Because he thinks about his mom all the time. It's so cute.
Azriel, let's just admit it. Like, Azriel's the best bat boy.
He's the best bat boy.
He's the best one. Yeah.
He is.
But you know what's funny?
I can't wait to see his mommy. I'm so excited.
I'm so excited, but I actually saw an interesting theory online the other day, and we've talked about this before, and I know that, like, we shut it down. I don't know if you saw it, but that, like, we are gonna come to love Azriel so much in the next book, but like that he's actually the one that's going to die. And that's like really circulating right now on TikTok a lot.
So my main reason I don't think he is because Gwen already lost her entire family. Mm-hmm. She already lost it.
I don't know. I think he's a possibility. Because like
he's a possibility.
I think that no one knows what to expect with him. You know what I mean?
I think Moore's gonna die.
More?
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna say it. I wouldn't mind.
Wait, you think more? Why?
Mm-hmm. She is super secretive, more so than the others. She's super powerful, yet we haven't actually seen her use her power. Mm-hmm. And she's got a lot of secrets, and something just tells me like...
Okay, now you said that, and my immediate dreadful thought was, okay, but Eris always steps in to protect more. Like, we know that Azriel does because he used to like her, but he really doesn't like with the Valaris thing and Kier, like, Azriel didn't really do anything. He was kind of more on Rhys's side, but, like, Eris did something about it. So, I think they're rejected mates, but you can't really, like, make a bond go away. You're, like Rhys said.
Yeah, there's always going to be that extra little something because they still probably got close together.
Yeah, and as, like, a more moral person in the series under everything, I think he would probably jump. Like, I think he would probably save her.
I don't know.
And then, because
I feel like he would be a little hesitant about it, though, because he'd be trying to run through, like, the consequences of those actions.
I actually really don't, though, because, like, even in the High Lords meeting, like, he was in front of his mom. Like, he didn't care that Feyre burned him and shit. He's just that type of person. Like, I know people are like, oh, he's such an asshole and he's arrogant, but if you look at his actions, I think him and Azriel don't get along because they're kind of similar. And I think Eris is more, I'm not going to say like white knight, but I do think he has a lot of those traits as well, but they're more hidden than Azriel's. Azriel's more like a desperate white knight, where Eris is like, if there is a need for me to jump in front of somebody, I will. So if his mate is really about to get a killing blow, I do think, as much as they don't get along or hate each other, I still think his instinct would make him jump in front of more. And I do hate that, and I'm not convinced that he's gonna die because, again, like, he's the only one that can rule Autumn normally, unless she's gonna pull a bait and switch where, like, oh, one of the Awful's brothers did get it, which would be kind of a fake out, and I don't like that. But I do, again, for the millionth time, think that he's gonna be severely maimed. Like, I 100% am all in on him, like, losing a leg. Because they're gonna be like the metal brothers. He's gonna have a metal leg. Lucian's gonna have a metal eye. Like, I 100% think he's gonna lose a leg. Again, you know, I ship Nuan with Eris, but even if they're not romantic, I think that there's a lot of potential for her to be a confidant for him, the way that she was for Lucian. And because she makes metal appendages for people. She has her own metal arm. Like, should make him a metal leg. And I think it's going to be a point of vanity, especially because we know how the Autumn Court is with their vanity. And especially if he's hired. Because everything has to be perfect, and everyone, like, you can't have a hair out of place, and you have to look, you know. So I think it's going to be not shallow, but I think he's going to be very distraught by it. But he's, at the same time, he's going to be like, okay, well, I don't hate my brother because, you know, he has a metal eye and he's scarred. I don't hate Nuan because she has a metal hand, because she's still a genius. Like, I can still be a good High Lord just because I have a metal leg. Like, I think it's going to be a little bit of a point of contention with himself with that, but I can see it happening 100%. Like Chaol, as I've said, I 100% think that Eris is going to be the Chaol of the series.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. And I do think he's gonna have to start out in like a wheelchair, and he's gonna have to learn how to walk again on a new leg, and it would be an interesting journey for him, because if you think about it, okay, Eris is hybrid, right? But then what's the plot?
You know what else? Gwyn can help him gain his strength back through water aerobics.
Yes! By the way, I'm
That would make them all sort of their own little circle too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Oh, that would, yeah. I'm very interested in Nuan, but I'm very interested in like the details of her work too, because like, how does Lucien cry? Is there like a tear guard on his eye? Is there like a water guard on her arm?
Eye.
Huh?
I don't think he cries out of that eye. I think he only cries out of one.
I mean, removing your eyeball doesn't really remove your tear ducts. I think he does. I mean, I think he can. I think there's probably like some mechanism in the eye that like protects it or something. But even with her hand, like, how does she shower? Has to be some sort of.
Okay, but also this is Prydian where there's magic. They probably have some kind of magic over
it. Like like some sort of like air shield around. Yeah. I just want to say though, I want a scene of an injured Eris, and just Nuan being kind of like the only person who can handle him. Again, like Yrene and Chaol, and just being like, you need to take a bath. And he's like, I can't. And she's like, get the fuck off your ass. I will help you. And he's like, absolutely not. But then he like secretly wants to. Like, come on. Oh, you're gonna give me
I love Chaol.
Okay. Yeah. Like, okay. It was really mean for Yrene to be like, get off the horse and show them or whatever. And he's just like totally humiliating himself in front of everybody. But she was a tough teacher. I think Nuan's gonna be tough on Eris too. You kind of have to be, because Eris especially is very, very like clever, but he's
stubborn.
Yeah. But like worse than stubborn, like very, very stubborn to the max. And she's just gonna not deal with that shit. She's gonna be like, look, you either do this or I'm gonna leave you here to rot. And you have nobody right now. Unless you want your mom to come in and give you a sponge bath. And he's gonna be like, the fuck I do. She's like, I will go get your mama right now. It's me or her.
Wow.
Yeah. Because she is the only person, aside from Nesta, but she is the only person aside from Nesta who can honestly stare down the High Lords and like argue with them with not even a flinch.
Who, Lady A?
No, Nuan.
What if Nuan and Nesta become besties?
I want all of them to be besties. I want Vivian to be a Valkyrie, but then she's gonna rope Mor into it. And Mor's already like, oh, when I come back from Valahan, I'll train with you guys. Can you please leave them alone?
Well, and I always found that really interesting. That's something I want to ask Amanda, is because Mor hates Nesta with a passion. So why would she want to be a part of the Valkyries when, like, that's Nesta's group, right? Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Because she wants to one-up her.
Mor's an attention seeker.
Yeah, exactly.
literally some of the questions I have for Amanda are based on like just the color red. Do you think that it's like having to do with like the attention seeking stuff, or is it like possibly feminine empowerment, similar to how it was with
is it a witch symbol?
Historically, is it a witch thing? Like, I hand wrote my questions out. Mel has them.
Like, I love it.
I put stars next to the ones I really want to ask. But
yeah, but I also think it's a whole like it is something to get under Nesta's skin, because when they're talking about it, Mor's like, well, I knew the original Valkyries and I used to train with them. Like,
That's great.
Why do you have to insert yourself? She's finally doing something for herself that she's proud of, and you're like, well, I did it first.
Yeah.
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
I'm curious how the interview with Amanda is going to go. I'm curious.
So excited. She's so fun. I love her so much. She's so fun over text. Yeah, as much as I hate Moore as a character, like, she's just so interesting. Like, why are you interesting but so annoying at the same time?
She's very interesting. I'm so curious about her.
I know.
Like, my curiosity overextends, like, oh, she's kind of really mean.
She's like such a Regina George.
She is a Regina George.
Yeah.
But in, like, a sneakier way. Again, that's why she's mated to Eris. I swear to God. They're equals. They are equals in power. They're equals in sneakiness. They're sly foxes. Like, there's a reason. I want to know if she thinks that she's Eris's mate.
She has to know that she is. Like, you mean Amanda. I'm curious too. I can't wait to hear what
it took me a minute.
Wait, that was so hold on.
No, you were so quick. You were like, oh, she has to wait.
That was just like run. Oh shit. Back up.
Could you just see it like going?
Oh, you mean the actual person. That was so funny. Oh my God. That's actually But I feel like I'm really I have a lot of questions about her, like, relationships with the Bat Boys.
Like what? What's one of the things you want to ask?
I want to ask her, like, with Azriel and Cassian especially, because obviously, like, Reese is her cousin. But, like, those two in particular, like, why are you fighting over this Regina George? Like, I don't understand. Okay,
I don't even think Azriel's really fighting anymore.
Like,
he's just got that quiet acceptance. And it's just like, bro, you used him. Why is he gonna because that's the thing, if you look at all the interactions that he has with them, he's friendly with, like, even Elain. Yes, you know, ulterior motive, whatever. But, like, then when Moore is around, and Farah, like, he's friendly with Farah too. But then when Moore's around, as Elain said, you're always rubbing your brow like you have a headache. He's tired of her crap.
Mm-hmm.
He's absolutely done with it.
I hope so.
That actually goes into one of the questions I want to ask Amanda about the whole
it would make sense
powering the truth stuff.
Yeah.
Because I think she turns things into the truth. And that's also another memory discrepancy that could lead into the whole time jumping shit as well.
Oh, I love my theory on her truth power. I mean, her and Reese's family line are the same. I think it's telling that Azriel gets headaches around Reese and Moore. I do think that's a Prince of Hell versus
because they're always doing power stuff. Because Pharaoh got headaches and would taste blood whenever she was mortal and that stuff happened.
And, like, Wordstone can affect really powerful people. There's black stone fucking everywhere in the Night Court. It's affecting him.
Palpatine had headaches too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, that's the thing too, because Sarah's like, oh, it's because the word key was in her. Again, Wordstone, word key, word shit gives people headaches. Like, you know? There's, And
because he can't just have headaches from running around doing everybody's dirty work. I mean, he could, but at the same time, it's like,
there has to be something going on. I was just
also keep in mind whenever we do see his, like, magic, it's in, like, short bursts. The only time we saw him and Cassian do any amount of large magic was during the war when Reese was doing, like, 50 other things.
Yeah. Yep. Aside from
so also, you know, with the siphons being, like, the way that you can, like, sort of aim your power, what if Reese is, like, stifling it? I
think that Reese is using... I think every time he puts his hands in his pockets, he's touching Wordstone.
Oh, definitely. Nobody puts their hands in pockets that fucking often during a conversation.
Because if you think about it, like, I can't tell if Azriel knows if he's the spawn of a Prince of Hell or not. I think he knows he's very powerful. I think he knows that there's something about shadow singing that he doesn't know the whole of. I think Rhys does, but at the same time, I don't know if we can trust that he says like, "Oh, I looked in his brothers' minds and they didn't know anything, and I don't know anything about Azriel's power." But yet you're sticking your hands in your pockets, and Azriel's getting headaches. So it's like, are you stifling him? I think that Rhys might be stifling some of his hell magic because Rhys said that he was kind of afraid of him at some points. And I keep going back to that one scene, or technically two scenes, but that scene where Rhys is like, "Oh, I stiffened at the order in Azriel's words." Excuse you? Excuse you! You are the High Lord! What do you mean you straightened at the order in Azriel's words? But then you're like, oh, people would be foolish if they thought the Illyrians were the apex predators. So you're openly saying to Azriel, you're not that powerful. But then in your head, you're like, I'm scared of this bitch. Like, what? And then Azriel's POV in the bonus chapter where he's like, I know that Rhys is the only one that can match my frosty temper, like blow for blow. So, like, does Azriel know and Rhys doesn't know? But then Rhys knows that he reacts.
What if it's like one of those things where it's like I know he doesn't know that I know from both perspectives. And then it's going to end up being like, no, guys, you're actually both kind of dumb. From Azriel, it's cute and
Moore is going to be like, guess what? I know both your secrets.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I forgot before when we were talking about Moore. Moore's secrets, I was going to say that I think her truth power is the ability to use people's truths to twist them into their own nightmares.
Yeah, the way that I see it is it's like a silver tongue type thing where she's so like magically manipulative that she just can say, oh, Azriel's siphons are green.
Yeah.
And everybody except for Azriel is going to see him as green. like that type of magic.
I think it would be, so the way that
like with the Eris stuff, especially, because Eris knows the truth. So I think he's got some kind of protection where he doesn't get affected.
He has mental shields. That's the thing.
Yeah, she tried to fuck with him like that to get him to be so terrible. He figured it out, and now he's covering her ass, and she owes him.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for with that dynamic.
I mean, I've gone over this before, but I like the way I wrote it in my fic, how, like, I think they call it truth magic to make it more palatable.
Yeah.
And I honestly think, and I know I always go back to Charmed. You're going to like this, Emmy. But I honestly think that she's more like, I think she more has like fear powers. Like I said, how she turns people's truths against them. I think she uses them to torment them. So I think she's more like a like quote unquote demon of fear than like truth, because technically your biggest fear is usually your biggest truth, like something you want hidden the most, right? So I think that she uses people's biggest fears and kind of turns them into reality, kind of like illusions.
Yeah.
So
we saw very similar illusions in the war,
and very similar to how,
and on a large scale too.
Yeah, similar to how Maeve and Amren do it, and Rhys, like with Daemati. I think Moore does it more physically. So I think she'll ask them to like give it up, but kind of coerce them and be like, oh, well, what is your biggest truth? Or what is your whatever? And they kind of have no way to say no to her. I think it's more of like a compulsion type thing where she's like, what's your biggest fear? And they have to tell her. And then her magic kind of forces them to act on it. So like in my book, she asks the Autumn Soldiers when she goes to save Eris from Baron, she's like, oh, what's your biggest truth? Or like, what's your biggest fear? And a lot of them just say like, oh, that the other soldiers are gonna turn on me and kill me. And so she's like, okay. And then they just end up like slaughtering each other right there. Because she just turns, she basically makes them so paranoid that they feel like they have to defend themselves, even though there's really nothing to defend against. AKA the Morgan. She literally makes people fight people because they get so paranoid that their secrets are gonna come out that they start just killing people. So I think that would be a really interesting twist with that. Because I want to see it be dangerous. Because the way the queens reacted, where like there's lore and there's legends of the Morgan and the First War, so like the fuck did she do to get a whole history book about her? And like they knew about her Veritas orb and this shit. They're like, that's the Veritas. What? Who is writing the history of Mor and giving it to humans? Like, I don't understand.
I love that she has a magical snow globe that just
yeah, like a what do you call it? Not a snow globe. The just the things that like psychics have. The globe thing.
Crystal ball?
Crystal ball, thank you. It's literally a crystal ball.
It's a snow globe.
Shake, 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 shake. Here's your truth. Now die from it. Like,
oh like my lord, that's so harsh.
It's like a magic 8-ball. Not today.
Yeah.
Shake it. You're dying tomorrow.
Yeah. I also think it's very telling that not only is the Veritas like Mor's and Mor's families, I guess, but so was the Ouroboros. And Mor has never looked in that mirror. Rhys has never looked in that mirror.
Of course they can't.
Feyre looked in that mirror. And she had zero fear of that monster that's inside of her. And I think that just kind of proves that, like, she really lost her soul somewhere along the way. Because the fact that even Keir...
She stopped having a human heart when Rhys took over her entire soul, basically. By controlling her. That's okay, my canon.
Like, okay, he's the High Lord of Nightmares. He made a bargain for her, mind, body, and soul. And she can look in this mirror and be like, that's me, the fucking scary monster. I'm so great. Every single person, including the Court of Nightmares, who Rhys claims are the worst people on the fucking planet, went mad from looking in this mirror. There is something seriously wrong with Feyre looking in this and not being affected whatsoever.
Because she literally looked into the mirror and said, I'm just a girl.
I'm just this huge spine bag Valgy monster. It's fine. We're all good. I know, I'm awful, but I'm great. Like, what? Rhys didn't even want to look in it. The idea of looking in it to Rhys was terrifying because we all know what the fuck he's gonna see. His fucking Val.
Yeah, but also keep in mind, Cassian was supposedly scared of some of the monsters he'd put in the prison.
Yeah.
Like, they're not all tough.
Like, everyone is scared of that shit.
Like, Azriel seems to be Azriel's like the only one of the OG, like, inner circle that seems to actually not have as many mental issues. He has PTSD for sure. Yeah. But, like, he has his shit together.
Yeah. I do think it's really sad. I do think it's really sad that, like, little paragraph thing. Sure.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I love it. That is adorable.
She fucking makes me forget what I'm talking about.
But it's so cute. I love your like Halloween decorations. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I do. They're all over the place already.
Oh my gosh. Adorable.
I love that paragraph where was it Azriel or maybe it's Rhys telling Feyre about Azriel and Cassian, where he's like, oh yeah, you know, Cassian and Azriel, when they go into Valaris or whatever, like, Cassian will, like, say hi to everybody, people will walk up to him, but, like, people kind of avoid Azriel. And I'm like, because they're scared of his shadows. So I'm like, what do the freaking Valorians, who know nothing of the world, know about shadow singers enough to be afraid of Azriel? They're not afraid of Cassian, but they're afraid of Azriel? And then I just
Tell us why.
And then I just feel bad, because, like, it just reminds me of, like, Azriel being, like, the school, like, wallflower. Like, that nerdy kid that nobody wants to talk to because, God forbid, you're seen with them. Like, and I think he projects all of that singularly just on his scars, because that's something physical he can complain about, whereas he like loves his shadows. They're his friends. They keep him company. They tell him when he needs sleep, when to hydrate. Like, they're like, you need to fucking go to sleep, bro. So his shadows are like his family. So he's like doing his best not to project, oh, people don't like me for my first family here. He's gonna be like, oh, they don't like me for my scars. Because he doesn't want to like project that onto his shadows. Because again, they're like, to me, they're shadow sprites. Like, we know that they have a mind of their own. Yes, he's their master. But kind of like Lahaba being a slave, I think his shadows are more like willing employees of him. Because remember, they found him in the dungeon as a little kid. I want to say that, kind of like with Bryce, that Adis found him in the dungeon and gifted him the shadows and was like, take care of my son.
I would love if Azriel was Adis' son, first and foremost. That would be really great, actually.
It would be really great. And I still think it would be really cool, even though, like, Azriel is hot and perfect as he is, but I do think it would be really cool that if every time he, like, ignited his full, like, hell powers, if his hair went white, like Adis's. I've said that before. But it would be so cool, because he has, like, that Jack Frost magic when he's all upset. Kind of like Reese makes the room like cold and dark, but like Azriel has literal like frost magic. Like frost was coating over his eyes and his hands. Like, Jack Frost, like, where's the little like white streaks in your hair? Let me see them.
Okay, but like, how cool would it be if this whole time, like, Reese is actually like in communication with Adis in the library, and like Adis is coming to like check in on Azriel, his son, and I mean, like, I would love that, and that's why he's picking the lint off, because he's like talking with Adis and like getting.
I'm trying to think of who else could be. I don't really think it would be Reese because of the whole Hell Valg enemy thing, because that's kind of why him and Az are at odds more often. But I do think, like, I don't know. I don't know if it would be Azriel himself, or I don't know. It's just strange, because again, Adis and Apollyon were definitely the ones in the library checking up on Nesta.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
So I don't know. Like, I can't recall a scene off the top of my head where that happened with Azriel, but again, we don't see him in his own POV alone a lot. And the bonus chapter, he was like around people. So I don't know if maybe we'll have a flashback or something. That would be really cool. I think if she's going to do Azriel, Lucian, these type of people going forward, she needs to do flashbacks. Because what do you mean you're going to give us this interesting plot point in 2 sentences about their past and not delve into it? She did that with Reese. She did that with Tamlin. She did that with the Archerons, with their parents. Like, can we actually get a full fucking backstory on something? On some part of somebody's life? Just one, like, a fucking backstory would be great. Oh, Reese, I guess his shadows came to him in the dungeon when he was all alone as a child. You guess? You guess? Show us how it happened, I want the flashback of baby Azriel gaining his shadows in the dungeon when he was scared. And singing, okay, I have a headcanon. I said this like maybe, I don't know if it was season 1 or season 2, but I have this headcanon that his mom, every time he got to spend time with his mom, which was only an hour a week, his mom would just kind of hold him and sing to him. And I think that when he was scared in the dungeon, he would just start singing the songs that his mom sang to him. And then the shadows came to him. And then they're like, oh, shadow singer. And that's how he became a shadow singer, because he was really actually just, singing the songs his mom taught him, not knowing his power, and his shadows responded.
But we also don't know what exactly a shadow singer is. It wasn't really even talked about in full.
Going back to the whole LORINNN conversation we had, I said it's very weird that we have only 4 characters in the entire Massiverse who are shadow singers, and yet they don't seem to have any true connection. So we have LORINNN, Azriel, Cormac, and Koshi. Those are the 4 shadow singers. Those are the 4 people who are confirmed to have sentient shadows. Not just darkness magic. So my thought, which I told Eka, was that I know you probably haven't gotten this far in Tog, but like LORINNN, his power comes from the god Hellas, right? So it kind of goes back to how I was like, I think the Tog gods are the original Asteri/Valg, and they just kind of got bored and they wanted someone to lord over, so they made like the lesser Valg, and then the lesser Valg were like, we don't want to be lorded over, we want to lord over someone else, and it kind of just spiraled, and then they became like the Asteri, like different hierarchy. But I think that like it is a Valg power maybe, because what if we know that Elain shoved all the gods into the Hell Realm. We know the Hell Realms is where they can get out to other planets. So what if Koshi isn't Orcus, like one of the kings, but what if he is Hellas, the god, with the original, I don't know, Shadow Singer power? Because in Tog, the main characters are blessed by a certain god when they're born, like their bloodline is blessed by a certain god. And so LORINNN is a half Fae, but he presents as Fae and he has Fae magic. So his bloodline was gifted by Hellas, and Hellas's power was dark. And LORINNN has sentient shadows because when he goes to help save Elain, he commands his shadows to attack the soldiers, and they do. The exact same as Azriel commanding his shadows to attack Bryce, and they do.
I freaking love LORINNN. Oh my god, he is a book boyfriend.
And
is he? You love LORINNN?
I love LORINNN. Oh my god, yes.
I love LORINNN. I started loving LORINNN because Elain hated him. I was like, fuck you, Elain. I'm like, I love, because Elain can't stand when people stand up to her, and LORINNN never let it go, ever. And she got so fucking pissed at him every time. Her and Rowan just threatening him every time, and he's just like, like he just laughs at their threats, and they get so pissed.
He don't give a fuck.
It's like, oh, you're gonna kill me? Really? Go ahead then. The fuck I care. Like, you don't fucking scare me. I'm blessed by Hellas, bitch. Like, he just does not fucking care. I love him. But yeah, and then Koshi's shadows. Koshi has his shadows try to attack Azriel and Cassian, and his shadows are faster than Azriel's because obviously he's way older than Azriel. But I loved the scene. I want to see if I can pull it up maybe. I love the scene when Azriel's like, oh my god, my shadows weren't fast enough because Koshi's were faster. And I was like, well, duh, he's like 15,000 years older than you. It kind of makes sense that his shadows are faster and more powerful, But it was like, I don't know. I loved that Sarah added that in there because it was like a really big clue as to what he could be, which I think is before the whole, oh, I've been preparing for you for months and you don't want to talk to me, which again, weird. The gods, okay, I don't remember a scene. Did the gods ever talk to their bloodlines other than like Elain and Dorian?
Can't say.
Oh, heck. I'm gonna cover my ears.
I can't say.
Okay, so then they do. So then
You
it
have
makes sense
to
that
read it.
Koshi wants to talk to Azriel.
You have to read it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eka.
The being that stood atop the lake was a shadow. Hello. It must be a reflection, Cassian thought. Smoke and mirrors. Cassian. Dude,
Don't hate on my man. Okay?
bro, can you just, for 1 second, can you think with your brain cells and not your dick? For 1 fucking second. Like, where is Breelin? Azriel demanded, siphons flaring like cobalt flame. Still think it's Dragonfire, but yeah. I spend so many months preparing for you and you don't wish to speak to me. Everyone's like, he's talking to Cassian. No, because Azriel's the one talking to him. Cassian crossed his arms. Let Eris go and then we'll talk. He wasn't talking to you, Cassian.
Hey, he might have been. Both
He
of them.
prayed that Koshi didn't know of the maid dagger that Eris had again sheathed at his side. Da 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 da. You fell for it rather easily, though you took your time making contact. I thought you'd rush in for the kill, brute that you are. I love Koshi here, actually. They could not make out anything of him beyond the shadows of his form. Azriel's own shadows kept tucked behind his wings. Koshi laughed and Azriel stiffened, like his shadows had murmured a warning. His shadows are scared! Okay. What if Koshi was their original evil master that they're still scared of?
I was gonna say, why are his shadows scared of Koshi? Like, I want to know.
Scared. That's okay. So it says, like his shadows had murmured a warning, and then it says, his siphons flared again. Run, Azriel breathed. The pure terror on his brother's face had Cassian spreading his wings and readying to launch. The shadows said something. Azriel's terrified. But his wings halted, his entire body halted. Azriel grabbed Eris and shot into the sky, the maid dagger with them. They had to get it far from Koshi, yet Cassian could not move. His siphons glowed like fresh blood and sputtered out. So Koshi single-handedly, or Koshi and Breelin single-handedly, like, drained his siphons. Right there and then. Koshi drifted closer to the shore. You can take him now, Breelin. You have plenty of time before dawn. And then, oh my god, Koshi's shadows swirled. Tell my Vasa I'm waiting. Azriel soared back toward the ground, his siphons creating a blue orb of power encircling him, but Breelin had already reached Koshi. I have need of you, Lord of Bastards. Cassian could say nothing, couldn't move. The crown glowed like molten iron. Iron! Breelin ordered Koshi, winnow us. The Death Lord pointed a long-fingered hand at Breelin, and Cassian flicked his fingers once, and the world vanished, spinning into blackness and wind. Like, the fact that Koshi can, like, winnow people, and Rhys can, like, mist people the same way. The same way? Bro. But yeah, that was wild, because his shadows swirl the same as Azriel's. Azriel's are terrified of him. Oh no. Also, his siphons creating a blue orb of power encircling him. Like, what if it's not his siphons? Like, what if it's just his power? And also, did his shadows flee and, like, leave him to fight with his siphons? Because where the fuck were they? They're like, we out. Sorry, bro. We protected you in the dungeon. We can't do this again.
Yeah.
They were hiding behind his wings. which is crazy when you think of how like vicious they were to Bryce and so eager to fight against Bryce. But hiding, kept tucked behind his wings, and murmured him a warning. Pure terror on his brother's face had Cassian spreading his way. That's crazy. That's crazy. So we know kind of that Cormac and Azriel could be the same-ish family line. Again, I just think it's another cousin line. I do think it's a little interesting that they have the same power, though. Because, like, yes, Mor has dark roiling magic. Is Mor also a shadow singer and we just don't know?
I don't know. Like,
because Cormac's definitely from Mor's line. So if he's from Mor's line, and Azriel's a cousin line, and Rhys is a cousin line, like, it just doesn't make sense. I feel like it would make more sense if he was from Azriel's line, but he looks like fucking Mor. It's so weird. Sarah, we need a family tree.
Or a wreath.
A wreath. Everyone is so connected. It's fucking psycho. Everyone. Every single person. But yeah, don't you think it's weird that only those 4 characters are shadow singers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely weird. Are they connected somehow? Like, they have to be.
But also, Lorcan and Azriel look like Annalius because, well, Annalius was the first Illyrian, but the Illyrians look like Lorcan. The tan skin and the black hair and the height, just he doesn't have wings. So imagine if like Lorcan's just like the bio daddy of all Illyrians.
Could Lorcan be what's the other name? What's the
like the essence?
Who was that? The first Illyrian that they like
celebrate? I was gonna say, well, but Annalius was created by Vesperus. But like what were they created with? So they have to have some sort of biological material as well as valgescence. So what if Lorcan and Elain are like the parents of all Illyrians?
I would love that so much.
I feel like that would make so much sense.
Well, yeah, considering the Illyrian women are considered witches.
Mm-hmm.
That would be so wild if that's actually like the start of their line.
Right? Like they were the parents and then they like just put their essence, the Valg just put their essence in them and they're like, oh, and wings. Like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird.
Now, hear me out. I think it's really weird. Like, I don't think it's really weird that they have wings. I think it's really weird that if the Valgasteri created them and the Valgasteri essence is in them and the Valgs can change their appearance, why can't all Illyrians manifest their wings like Rhys? It would make sense that they could. What if they just don't know that they can?
What about the Ilkin? What about the Ilkin?
Yeah, again, we don't know what they made the Illyrians with because like yeah, the wings. You gotta get the wings from somewhere. I mean, I think the wyverns were created with a cross of Ilkin and dragon. And then I think they used wyvern, fae, Valg, and then maybe Lorcan and Elain human to kind of mush into this one species which became the Illyrians. Because again, Azriel's siphon like glowed like the eye of some half slumbering beast from a frozen wasteland. A freaking dragon? A freaking wyvern? Like, there you go. It makes sense. But yeah, I need a family tree. I need to know how everyone's connected. We need to know, Sarah.
We need like a companion book.
Yes.
Jeez, we need her lore Bible. I would just love to flip through that.
I know.
Oh my
I
God.
bet she'd like publish it one day though. You know what I mean? Like when everything's said and done, I think she might want to publish that.
I fucking hope so.
You know how many people would buy that shit? Dude.
I'd buy it.
I would buy that shit. I don't care if it's 5,000 pages. I would buy that Bible. I would need to know. Like, I would just need to know.
Absolutely.
About everything so much.
Not even a question. I'd give her my money. Like, not even a question.
Take my money.
Take it.
Know the lore.
I need the lore.
I need the lore. Like, because if she doesn't explain everything, I'm going to lose my mind. There's too many threads. There's too many threads, Sarah. Too many. Too many. We need to know everything. Every thought you ever had. Every little inkling of a connection. We need the Bible. We need it so much. Let's see, what was next? Oh, I made a post about Clotho. And there was I hope I have my volume off. There was a comment that I got. Okay. All right, so Katie, who is Books and Blunders on TikTok, she made a video about how it was interesting that Feyre crushed Ianthe's hands, and then Clotho has mangled hands as the Night Court's high priestess.
Oh shit.
So I was like, I gotta comment on this one.
Oh,
so bad. I have a whole ass well, not little, but I have a whole ass thing. So I said, I think it's interesting that Rhys crushed Ianthe's hands first before Feyre did, and I think she mirrored his viciousness in that scene, because remember the first time she saw the vision of Ianthe in the Night Court when she was being all pervy, and Rhys like crushed her hand because she was trying to touch him. I'm like, and then you do the same to her hand when she touches Lucien? Interesting. But I think that the history of how he's like, oh yeah, we found Clotho, and males were attacking her, and they healed her hands after they mangled them, like, and then they ripped her tongue out. Like, first of all, what was she saying? That like, oh, well, they didn't want her to tell anyone who they were.
But also, too, like, why specifically those hands? Like, do the priestesses do magic with their hands? Like, what's going on?
So, yeah, I said, however, I think it's crazy that Clotho has her tongue cut out, too. My personal thoughts is that Clotho could be the mother or a handmaiden to the mother who can't speak things into existence. So she chose that form so she could still pull strings and communicate without taking away people's free will. And then I said, Clotho in mythology is literally the spinner of fate. As we know, fate is the mother word. Also, who told Nesta to wait for sign-ups and told her to look when Gwen finally signed up? Whose magic lured Nesta to the harp in tandem with the old language music that Clotho found below level 7, aka level 8, Dusk? Clotho did. And Gwen was the one that lured her there. Who is Clotho trying to set Gwen up with? Azriel, who do we also find out is Starborn in CC3. Azriel, who glows like the Starborn. To Azriel and Nesta, Gwen. So I said, is Gwen their knight? Like how Bryce glowed and Rigelus was like, oh well, Cormac was your knight. And how Lucien like glowed with the help of Feyre, I guess, when she glowed as well when she took over for Ianthe. So I kind of want to get your opinion on like Clotho and the hand thing. I know we've gone over her before, but I'm just just the strings that she pulls. I'm not convinced that she's not some sort of god or handmaiden of the mother or something. Like, yes, she's a high priestess, but high priestesses are kind of like Ianthe. Like, they're just, I don't know, they're not voted on, but they're appointed, right?
So do you feel like she could be Ianthe and like her memories have been wiped by Rhys and
No, I'm thinking more along the lines of that she positioned herself to become a high priestess because she's either the mother or she's working for the mother. Because it was the whole tongue being cut out thing. Like, not just the hands, but the hands and the tongue being cut out. And her whole, like, mouth's got, like, that's pretty vicious just for, like, a random attack.
yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
And you want to know who found her?
Who?
Mor.
Yeah, what's her deal?
Oh, Mor finds these poor attacked women and brings them to the library to be, like, basically interrogated by Rhys. Yeah. Mor found her. It's very right. Yeah.
Interesting. I would like, you know what I would find like really interesting is if like after Feyre had locked Ianthe into the Weaver's cottage, right? If like the Weaver had like attacked Ianthe and like she like pulled out her tongue and stuff and like
right,
and then Ianthe became Clotho. This is me like being crazy. This is like a crack theory, right?
Like
and
the
then
alternate universe.
And like an alternate universe, and then like Mor like knew what Feyre was gonna do, came and like saved Ianthe by being killed by the Weaver and brought her back to the library.
Because
like
they are secret allies, as we've gone over.
I know.
Right?
How crazy is that? That would be like wild.
I mean, there is some weight to that. Again, I don't think all the high priestesses are like mean or evil.
Yeah,
Clotho has done a lot for Nesta, and I'm not gonna say, you know, she does.
She has.
She literally took her like a Barbie and put her on her path.
Yeah, she did.
Clotho just, this is why I think she's like a mother of the handmaiden, because she's taking these voodoo dolls of all of the people on the canvas and she's just putting them where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. Like, every time, and I feel like nobody discusses this, it's like, oh, Cassian's the one that showed up first when she rang the bell when Nesta and Feyre got attacked. And then Rhys showed up just in time to kill the Ravens. And it's like, but I also find it funny because when Cassian showed up, he had to face Bryaxis.
I love that so much.
I love how Clotho was like, face your fears, boy. Go save your mate if you're such a strong lord of bloodshed.
I know.
But like, she rang the bell and then it's, oh, you should put up sign-up sheets, Nesta. And then it's, keep waiting, Nesta. And then it's, go look at the sign-up sheet, Nesta.
Yeah.
And then it's Gwen. And then Gwen becomes her best friend. And then Gwen becomes a Valkyrie. And then Clotho, like, sets up the choir for the temple, even though she doesn't have a freaking mouth or anything. But she's, like, the head honcho, I guess, of the temple. And her second hand is fucking Meryl, who bullies Gwen. It's like, are you trying to, like, it feels like old school parenting, where it's like, oh, bring back bullying. She's like, maybe she'll bully Gwen into standing up for herself. Like, Clotho, that is not the way. I see what you're trying to do, but like, maybe tell Meryl to step the fuck off when she like calls her bad names, you know?
Yeah.
Which is weird. Again, I think it's like a hierarchy. So it's like the mother, Clotho, Meryl, high priestesses, shit like that. But then you have Gwen becoming the Valkyrie and, you know, Clotho finding those songs on level 8, which she makes Gwen sing a solo before she sings with the other people. But Nesta's like, oh, but I could hear her voice over everybody else's. And then she's lured to the harp in the Dust Court, the 8th court, Because what do you mean? And I'll go over this a million times. What do you mean she just happened to find ancient old language songs on level 8? What compelled Clotho to go to level 8? Did she know they were already there? Was she keeping them because she knew it was going to happen because she's the mother and she's fate? Which would make sense because she's the spinner of fate. Like, just trying to comprehend, like, the mind of a like, god who knows exactly when things have to happen and how they have to happen and where everything has to happen is crazy. But to me, it's like Clotho knew where those songs were, what use they were going to have, who was going to have to use them, and where that would take certain people. It's like a voodoo doll. It's so weird. And just the fact that they say the fact that Gwen says so nonchalantly, oh, she found these like old language songs under level 7, when she said chapters ago, nobody goes below level 7. We don't know what's under level 7. Clotho does, clearly. She was like, there's the Queen of Dusk. Nesta, they're making her work here just as I planned. Like, it's wild. So then you have Gwen single-handedly coming into her own power after her trauma and everything. But it's also interesting because Gwen's like, oh, Clotho's the one who told me I should go to therapy. And I stuck with it. And it was difficult and all this stuff. But she's like, well, I still have nightmares and I can't sleep sometimes. So I go and take like a sleeping potion or whatever the hell she said. And I'm like, okay, so Clotho literally knew this whole time. The whole plot. Everything. I have
a question.
Everything starting or before Gwen showed up to the library.
Is Clotho Rhys's mom? Because the thing with the wedding ring and the dresses, just, it sounds very similar to something that Clotho would do.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does. I'm willing to bet that Clotho was a mentor for a lot of the women in the Night Court. I don't think it's as well, I mean, yeah, I mean he would kind of know, right? If she was his mom, I would hope.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then it's just like the whole necklace thing. I just think Clotho thought it was fucking hilarious. And I could just see her laughing to herself in her office. Like, the way this boy is being such a fucking fool. Dude, I gave you your redhead on a silver platter. Don't fuck it up. And then he's angry. And his first thought is, I need to go to the training ring. And Clotho's like, Gwen, have a nightmare, go to the training ring. Right? So Gwen's training. She's there. Azriel, my shadows hadn't warned me. Your shadow, your gift from a god didn't warn you that Gwen was going to be in the training ring. Then he's like, I felt something settle in my chest. And she was glowing but like moonlight. And she's like, the cold doesn't bother me. And it was all mate shit. And then he's like, the song kind of seemed to have followed me. And then he's like, well, it's too embarrassing to return the necklace, so I'm gonna just... Oh, Gwen might like it. First thought, Gwen might like it. Again, not to be a dick, but to make her happy, because he's just a naive boy who wasn't raised correctly. Mm-hmm. And never had a serious relationship in his life. But just the fact that Clotho was like, she deserves something this beautiful, when the freaking box wasn't even open. That gets me every time. The freaking box wasn't open. She means your soul, Azriel. Your soul, Azriel. Ah! And did she ever actually give the necklace to Gwen? No, because she was probably like, you fucking fool. You re-gifting a gift. I'm not giving this to her, but I'm giving something to her. Bloop. Mates. Mates. She's like,
I love how you're like crashing out right now, and we're just doing a whole like recap of Silver Flames. This is like amazing. You're like narrating it.
Okay, because I think Clotho is the narrator of fucking Silver Flames. Because she is. I don't care if she can't talk. She's whispering in the wind to Nesta, and she's pulling all the strings. She's the puppeteer of everybody in this book. And it drives me crazy that nobody talks about it.
I am cracking up so hard over here about this. I've just been sitting here like, yeah, let's talk about it.
No, because Gwen trusts Clotho so much. So it's falling into place why she didn't show up with the necklace. Because Clotho's like, yeah, you need to give this to Gwen. You need to give this to Gwen. And nobody's like, she didn't mean the necklace. She meant your fucking heart, bro. And she doesn't show up with the necklace.
Well, we don't know.
Clotho thinks he's a fucking idiot.
We don't know if Gwen got the necklace or not. To be fair, we don't know.
But they had there was 18 more chapters after that.
We don't know.
She never wore it. She never wore it. It would have been so interesting if it was like they woke up in the blood right or whatever, right? And they obviously had to shed their clothes and stuff. And it's like, oh, Gwen wasn't wearing the necklace. Like,
I bet she's saving it for this next book. She's saving that because it's going to be, because it's going to become a point of contention. We all know it is. Yeah.
I don't think it is. I don't think she's bringing it back. I think it was just symbolic.
No. I think, I agree with Eka. It's definitely coming back. That necklace is coming back. What would the point be?
He already rejected Elain. Elain already rejected him back. What's the point of contention? They're already done.
But
because
they're not
it's
done.
rude to re-gift a gift.
But again, Sarah made it very clear that that wasn't the intention. And if we think about intention, we think about Tamlin's intentions, we think about Rhys's intentions, we think about Feyre's intentions. Intentions matter to SJM. So I feel like when she was writing it, she's like, oh, this is so cute and he's just naive. She wasn't thinking, oh, the fandom's going to crash out thinking he's a piece of shit. But no, but with any fandom, there are those people.
I think Sarah was like this. I'm going to make this scenario so
There's
juicy.
Just so many more things that she has to do that, like, the necklace isn't a fucking big deal to me.
Oh, no, it's going to be a deal. It's going to be a big fucking deal.
I think so, yeah.
I feel like it would have been more of a big deal if him and Elain had actually started something and she had actually worn it. But she didn't.
Well, we don't. So we're at the point in the books, and I have to get off soon.
Like, he put it on her, and then she was like immediately takes it off when he's like, oh, it's a mistake, and da-da-da.
But like the yearning that they have for each other is still there. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it has to be explored.
But it's not, though, because the whole last half of Silver Flames, they didn't speak. Elain is not even really brought up at all in Crescent City, other than Bryce saying, oh, do you have a partner or a girlfriend or anything? And he's like, nope. Like, oh, Elaine's with Nyx and Feyre and Cassian to try to coax her out of the mask. But, like, there, and then, like, him going to the pleasure halls. So there's nothing with him and Elain in CC3. That was, like, 7 months later. 7 months later, and there's nothing happening.
We'll see. I don't know. Well,
where was Elain? She wasn't there. She wasn't there.
I don't know. It's intentional that she's not there. Like, she's like yanking her chain a little bit with Elain not being there.
I don't know. I feel like maybe she thought, oh, this is a little too much like Phelan and Phazand, and she just kind of cut it off at the waist. That's what it felt like to me. Because yes, while people are like, oh, well, Rhys forced it and he can go against him. Rhys didn't force Azriel to say in his own mind, oh, he was right to stay away from Elain. Oh, he knew it was wrong. Oh, he knew it felt weird. Like, in his own head after the fact. So, like, while Rhys was kind of the start of that, I don't think they even would have gone all the way. I really don't. I know people can think that they were so horny that they would have gone all the way. I don't think
Elain is not that type of character just yet.
Yeah,
She doesn't have that much of a personality yet to do that.
When they got to that point, and Azriel would have been like, look, you're not into this, so I'm not going to do it right now. I think he would very much want to and try to convince her.
I think they would have done the whole sort of secret pining for each other because of the whole 3 brothers for 3 sisters or whatever, but other than that, nothing.
So just the fact that she like had him be like, oh, I just want to fuck her, like that was it. And then in his mind he's like, well, he didn't think of a future. Okay, like that was essentially her just cutting it off. And the fact that 7 months later, there's nothing with them. Because if she wanted it to be a point of contention in the next book with Elriel versus Gwynriel, why wouldn't she have had one scene? It wouldn't even have to be anything big. It could have been like when Bryce comes back and sees everyone in the living room, Azriel talking to Elain in the foyer or something. There's nothing. He doesn't speak to her. Okay. After he begins speaking to Gwen, which the first time is off page when he tells Nesta and Cassian when he drops them off at the hovel, where the hovel was. Oh, Gwen asked me if I could go over dagger handling. We have to do that for an hour. I'll be back. That was the first one-on-one time that Az and Gwen had in canon. We aren't privy to it, but canonically it is. After that point, which is the bonus chapter. So actually there's like 1 or 2 times that they train, but she's not in his group, she's in Cassian's group. But they're looking kind of back and forth across the ring at each other. We don't know what the fuck happened during dagger handling, what was said, what was done, but they're looking back and forth across the ring to each other, right? Then we have the bonus chapter, which is between chapter 58 and chapter 59. And after the bonus chapter, there is no other contact at all between Azriel and Elain, and only contact between Azriel and Gwen. Whereas before that, there was no contact with Azriel and Gwen, and only contact with Azriel and Elain. So I feel like this was a very, very purposeful shift, and not even a gradual shift. It was more like pulling apart 2 Legos and being like, I don't need this one anymore. I'm going to use this one. So it wasn't even gradual. It wasn't even like a wave of, oh, we'll see how this rides out and then his attentions will turn to her. It was, she cut it the fuck off at the waist and immediately transitioned to, I need to focus on the endgame couple here. Because 7 months later, when they did not speak the entire last half of Akasif, even 7 months later, they still have absolutely no indication of them speaking at all. And I'm not going to say that there's any indication that Azriel has been talking to Gwen. We don't really get any of that there, but we know that Nesta's been training and Azriel's been training. So it kind of goes without saying he's been seeing Gwen at least in training, right? Still hasn't been talking to Elain. And we don't know what Elaine's been doing this whole time. Hell, she could be fucking talking to Lucian already. We don't know. She could still be trying to get back with Grayson. We don't know.
No, I don't see that.
Very, very, very purposeful that Azriel is not ever fucking seen with Elain ever again after the bonus chapter. Ever. Not even a cameo. If she wanted the contention, there would have been a cameo. And I will say this until we get the next book. Could she bring it back around and be like, oh, they've been meeting in secret and they've been fucking in secret? Sure, they could. But I don't see why she would go backwards. after she's made it pretty freaking clear that it was cut off. Just saying.
I don't know. My last parting words, because I have to go, is that I think if you're I still think Elain and Lucien are going to be endgame, right?
Yeah.
But I think that she's going to really play with our feelings and really mess with us as a fandom, because she loves to do it, right? Her favorite thing is like a good, messy love triangle. That's like what she does best. And
but here's the thing. I'm wondering if, with Moore's comment, she decided to not circle back to Elriel, but to circle back to Moore. Because Rhys says even in the bonus chapter, remember, what happened to Moore as? What about Moore as? What about Moore as? Brings it up. Azriel is still protective.
Which is weird.
Still protective of Moore in Akasif.
He doesn't care about her anymore.
Oh, he did. He did in the
doesn't
scenes. We don't know it could just be complicated, but the fact that she had Moore be like, oh, I'm going to come back and train with the Valkyries, so you're going to train with Azriel, train with Gwen. But
she's never going to reopen that Moore and Azriel thing, though, I don't think.
But if you're talking about a love triangle,
his feelings. She's going to play with his feelings.
That's what Moore does. She plays with Cassian against Nesta. She's going to play with Azriel against Gwen. But
that's what I want to know from Amanda.
To me, I know people are going to call me crazy. To me, I just think with everything that was said in the bonus chapter and what we know after that, it is more possible that it's going to be a Gwen, Azriel, Moore type thing and not Elain. I do think she cut off the Elriel thing.
And that's interesting. Ooh.
Because who did Nesta compare Gwen to but Moore?
Oh. Ah!
No, because
Gwen
Moore,
looked like a beauty to rival Moore.
I remember that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't make any sense because she just dove into Moore being like a lesbian character, like, so to make Moore
not even doesn't matter because it's Azriel's POV, so it doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh.
And and we see Moore play with Cassian's feelings against Nesta. She doesn't give a fuck. She's mad that she's losing them as her buffer. So, and the way that she was with Nesta, how I was like, oh, she threw the Valkyries in Nesta's face, right? What could she do with Gwen? Oh, well, I found you. I rescued you. It wasn't just Azriel. Like, she has cards to play.
Yeah, she does.
And she's the truth person. So think about this. If Gwen is part light singer and not part nymph, as she thinks, who's going to out her? If Moore gets upset that she sees Azriel slipping away as her buffer, she'd be like, well, why do you want someone that's part evil light singer? Like, I can see her pulling that shit. Because the fact that Sarah brought up that Moore is immediately going to come back and train with the Valkyries, we know that Elain isn't a training person. We know that Gwen is already training. It's Moore, Azriel, Gwen. And Nesta's going to be there to witness. Cassian's going to be there to witness. I just think she literally took scissors to that fucking Elriel thread. And she's like, what's more interesting? Them pining over the one single person they live with? Or Moore continuing her sketchiness and wanting her buffers? That's more interesting to me as a writer. That would be more interesting to me as a writer.
Oh, I don't know. All right, ladies. Mwah. Love you all.
What if Moore shows up with the necklace? What if Moore shows up wearing the necklace? Because, wait, remember in Akasif how she said, oh, I have to go talk to Clotho about this research? Remember?
Oh my god.
I I think that would be
Alright.
interesting if she.
We have to ask Amanda.
If
We need
she
to
took
ask
the
Amanda.
necklace from Clotho, because
Yeah.
she was the last one to talk to Clotho, because she
I
said I have to
know.
talk to her before I go to Ballahan.
Bye, guys.
I want it now.
Oh my god. How do you think that's gonna start out?
Well, Moore's just gonna come back and show up in training. And I think Gwen hasn't really seen her since she rescued her, similar to like she was with Az. So I think she's gonna be kind of like awestruck a little, like she was when Rhys showed up.
Oh, and Emery is gonna be like, hey, how come you and Nesta don't like Moore? She's totally hot. And Gwen and Nesta are gonna be like, she's kind of a bitch.
Gwen and Nesta are gonna be like, she's constantly after our men. Like, she doesn't even like men, and she's after our men.
Well, they don't know that. Only Feyre does.
Oh,
Right,
Nesta does, though, but I'm saying Nesta notices that shit. And Gwen's gonna
Nesta notices that stuff for sure.
Yeah.
That's why I have my
Hello,
questions
the
about the
lingerie.
color red.
The lingerie? What
That
is she gonna pull with Az?
So one of my questions on my list has to do with like, okay, so the first book of the series was red, but we see that Moore, her color is red. So if Nesta is Cassian's mate, why didn't SJM do something sort of like, I don't know, make Nesta's more red? Why is it bright orange?
It's orange.
Why?
For the orange flames for her
right?
game.
Anyways, but
yeah.
Also, there's just the whole everything red is Morrigan. So, like,
guys,
is she trying to be matchy with Cassian? Or is it feminine empowerment? Or is it just simply she looks good in the color? Because blondes do look good in red. But I'm thinking it's because she's trying to stake a claim because red stands out in dark and gloomy. Red is going to stand out in the Night Court.
And Cassian has red siphons.
Yeah.
Bloodshed. Moore is the goddess of war. But okay, guys, why did this click? Why did
two
this
were meant
click?
to be together?
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm gonna ask her about that. That's one of my questions. But I have to say this: Moore wearing the necklace is the equivalent of the lingerie.
Also, she loves jewelry. She loves jewelry.
If Moore ends up wearing the necklace, I'm gonna be burning the entire book series and never
Dude, she's going to because she was the last person that went to talk to fucking Clotho. I just put that together. Holy fuck.
Amanda seems like a great, wonderful woman.
Yeah.
But I hate Morrigan.
I hate Moore.
And I'm gonna tell her that too. I'm just be like, all due respect, you're awesome. You're so fucking cool. I'm so glad you could make
you so much, but your character, man, is. I told her I was like, I feel so bad though.
Dude, I'm gonna get canceled for hating Morrigan. That's gonna be so funny.
So Olivia said, why is Rhys so hell bent on having Azriel fixated on Moore when he's clearly over it?
Mm-hmm.
Also, keep in mind, why does Azriel never get a break? Even during Starfall and everything, he's always the one who's always working.
Rhys doesn't want him around.
Not only that, but Rhys says he's the most powerful High Lord. You know why he's the most powerful High Lord? Because he got people behind him doing the dirty work. Azriel's the one killing everybody. Well, he's the one watching all the threats.
His spy master is rarely there. And you know who else is rarely there? As we see in Freakin' City? No, not just Moore. Elain, the seer.
That's true.
He wasn't there, and Moore wasn't there.
The powerful ones.
And he sent Azriel away with Nesta, probably hoping Bryce would kill them.
Yeah.
It's sketch.
Very sketch.
Because you're telling me you're going to send Azriel and not Cassian?
Right? Especially since we don't know if they ever did an actual mating thing.
I mean, I guess I can see it because he had to spy in shadow form first. But
yeah,
we're not going to send
at
Cassian
the same time. Yeah.
And again,
but
the
also
fact
keep
that
in mind,
Cassian
Nesta was
involved
like,
pissed me off.
well, Nesta was breaking the rules doing that, but I feel like Cassian would have broke them with her. I'm just like,
Just
Nesta,
the
if
fact
you're
that
gonna
he
do
wasn't-
dumb things.
The fact that he just didn't give a fuck that Nesta's going after this alien from another world that could kill her.
Literally.
What?
I mean, good
Even
on him
Amryn
for
was like,
knowing
oh,
she can hold
Cassian
herself
will
up,
be
but,
mad.
like,
Well, apparently he wasn't.
right?
What was
Something's
the
up.
conversation after that? I want to see what happened.
Also,
in
keep
the
in
inner
mind what
circle when
Nesta
Nesta and Azriel were in the cave.
Keep in mind what Nesta said and how she acted about how everyone would be mad at her for doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And then Azriel's kind of just like, this is an outsider. This is my job.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so they both probably end up getting in trouble.
I still don't think they told Rhys shit about Celine. I really don't.
Probably not.
What if
That's
Cassian
the lack
all
of communication
jealous?
I'm good with.
What if
I hope Cassian gets jealous.
What if Cassian gets jealous and thinks that they did anything? Even though we know they didn't, but...
No, I think it's weird how he literally
that.
just didn't give a fuck that she's like, that Rhys sent her basically into a death trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what was the conversation? Oh, she slipped under the grate of the dungeon. We don't know what the hell is under there or what's happening to them. And Cassian's not going to go after his mate. Really? Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's real. That's really what one would do. Not. I'm so convinced now. It's a Gwen, Azriel, more. Trying. Not Elain. I think Elain is going to be way too busy with her powers and shit going on. And the necklace thing, I totally forgot that she was the last one to talk to Clotho. I totally forgot.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. And then, and then the way that Nesta compares Gwen's beauty to Moore.
Yeah.
Not Elain, who is also said to be gorgeous, Moore. That was such a glaring thing. I cannot believe I just thought of that. Holy shit. Now I'm more excited because that actually gives more a purpose. Not a great purpose, an annoying purpose, but a purpose. Damn. Like nothing I would like her for, but
that, and because Missy is going to be seen as the new ribbon, Moore is going to be like,
he's my ribbon, bitch. Even though she doesn't even want him. It's so frustrating. She's just that type of person, like the one-upper. She just has to have everything.
It's so funny though, because she's like when she talks about Cassian, she's like, oh, he just wants what he can't have.
Yeah.
Sounds like somebody else.
Mm-hmm. But also, I forgot to say this when they were on, but the necklace itself was a red rose. Just like how Maddie was like, oh, the first book was red. Thorns and roses. Red rose petals. Like Farrah's wedding. Because we know that Moore knew Ianthe. I would 100% expect her to take that necklace from Clotho and wear it. Because that would be, again, that's part of her being a sly fox, like Eris. It's the symbolism. It's the I did this and I'm showing you that I did this with symbolism, but none of you will ever know. Toting it around. It's wild.
It's so fucked.
The necklace of the red rose petals. Holy fucking shit. And you know what else Azriel said about the necklace? Oh, the colors don't shine through until you hold it up to the light. Moore loves the sun. Just like Elain. I think I'm right about this now. Oh
my god. Take that, Elriels.
Tell that, Elriels. Yeah.
More reels.
Oh my god. the symbolism is symbolizing. Like, that's wild. I can't believe we just put this shit together, like, in real time.
Oh my god.
I'm curious to see what people say now, because I'm posting this week, and so.
But, like, okay. Because obviously we know who's going to be Endgame, so
yeah.
I guess Mor would be coming out of the closet.
I think that Emori is going to mirror Elriel. I think she's going to start to make it happen. I think it's not going to happen because Emori is going to, like, talk to Gwen and Nesta. And then they're going to be like, she's a piece of shit. Why are you with her? And she's like, she never made it seem like she was awful. And she's a good person and she saved Gwen. And then Nesta's going to be like, she told my family that I belonged in her abusive Yoon city or dead in the human lands. And Emery's going to be like, you told her that she's better off dead? And it's just going to totally backfire. And that's just like, you can't have like a significant other that absolutely hates your best friend. Like, it just doesn't work ever. So
I don't know. I feel like I want her with Rita.
Me too. Rita or any other OC. The Winter Court soldier that she likes would work too. And I really, 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 really want Balthazar to go into Emery's shop. And, like, because she's kind of not scared, but she's kind of, like,
skittish,
hesitant around Illyrian males. And he's gonna be like, are you Emery? She's gonna be like, the fuck are you? He's gonna be like, you probably don't remember me. I'm not here to hurt you. And it's gonna be so cute. And then she's
gonna get my mom something.
She's gonna be like, Nesta told me about you. Dude, I want them together so bad too. But
oh my god.
It's gonna be a whole ship wreath.
Oh my god. She's taking advantage of the fandom being distracted with Elriel.
I know. I can't believe we just put 2 and 2 together. I was like, wait a minute, there was something about Mor in the bonus chapter, and then Mor was training with them, and then Mor with the red and the red rose petals, and the necklace was a red rose, and then this, and then she was the last person to see Clotho, and today it's all coming together. Holy shit.
But would Clotho, like...
Remember, Clotho is pulling the strings. She would absolutely give the necklace to Mor if it sent certain people on a certain path.
But what about her path? Like, what about Mor's path?
Oh yeah, Mor's path would be being fucking chewed out by Emery. To probably realize that she has been a piece of shit and you just lost someone who could have been amazing in your life because you never wanted to come clean with your own secrets.
No, you know who I want to chew out more?
Everyone.
No.
I want everyone to do it.
No, someone very specific.
Cormac?
No.
Eris? I don't know.
Feyre.
I said Feyre. You said no.
Wait, no, you said everyone.
I said everyone, and then I go Feyre.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
But
just
yeah,
somebody.
Feyre.
Somebody. Right.
Yeah.
Anybody. Literally anybody.
Some extra behind the scenes blabbing.
I definitely really like being able to just, it's like a FaceTime, you know, we're chatting about a book and other people are listening.
I know.
That's what oh my gosh. Okay. I do have to fangirl a little bit about the podcast. I think I mentioned it to you. I really like how, like, listening to it in my car, something like that. It genuinely feels like I'm just like a part of a phone call where, like, the different conversations going on. I'll go back, like I can rewind a conversation.
Yeah.
And it's just very much like, it feels so friendly. And the fact that I also like know some of the guests, like it's so nice where we're all just fangirling a little bit, and we're just doing like different FaceTime calls and all.
Yeah.
And I like that I can also, you know, freaking 10 a.m. send you a voice note, and then like 3 hours later you'll be like, hey, I just woke up, but also here's more to your theory that you said, and it's in a different episode, and it's like, girl, I have to catch up to the episode. Like, let me catch up.
Okay, your notes though, because we're on like the same track, right?
I'm
you're
not
watching
as...
this episode and you're commenting on this, and then I was like, oh, well, in the next episode,
it took you a little bit to actually mention it, but at least I'm on the same wavelength. Yeah, I'm not as like murder board as you, but like in my head, I'm very much like making the connections.
Yeah. I was like, wait, I have to have this quote and this quote.
But you know, honestly, I do. Oh my gosh, that's one of the things I love about like being able to be a part of a group like what you've created. Is literally, I'm kissing your butt a little. But it's just, I get to like annotate the books I love, like how I was like, you know, taught in school and all that. But this time it's like, oh, I can look into this quote like how I do with like Emily Dickinson's poetry.
Yeah.
And I have people where I can talk to and just be like, hey,
yeah,
I noticed this. And it's like with I'm assuming you've seen Hamilton. Possible. Okay. That's okay.
I'm not a musical person.
It's okay. My family very much is, because a lot of us did choir and stuff growing up, so we love theater things. But in Hamilton, there's like
I know the premise.
Angelica sings like he didn't write my dearest Angelica with like a comma after Angelica. Yeah. It was my dearest comma Angelica, as in she's the subject of my dearest. Yeah. So it is, you are my dearest, rather than, oh, you're just my dearest sister or something like that, sister-in-law. Yeah. And so like I like being able to do that about books.
You know what I feel like would be really fun? Like, because like to me, I sometimes struggle to title the episodes.
Yeah.
But I feel like it would be really fun if I had like a group of the people who watch the podcast just like do like, oh, what was your favorite 5 titles or something like that.
I'll be so real with you. I could tell you, you know what, let me just pull it up on my Spotify right now. Let me just
because I know what
because I can tell you right now the immediate episode titles that like captivated me. I need to not play an episode. We're not doing that right now.
Because I know the one that made me laugh the hardest when I was doing it, and that still reigns as my top, but I very much struggle with titles. So
for like the very first episode of the first season, the intros and Big Theory, that's really cool to like start it out.
Yeah.
It's also like one of the shortest ones at only an hour.
Yeah.
And then speaking of spring, it's a very nice, because I listened to them in order basically within the same day. So it was a very good continuation from the previous. And then Sense and Secrets. That one, let me tell you, that one was so funny because you start out with the sense, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm making these connections and stuff. Yeah. I honestly would love to be on an episode with you where you like kind of backtrack into that sort of topic again, because my mom worked at a flower shop for a while, and I've studied flowers for a while and that sort of thing.
I was a florist, dude.
Love that. I literally want that to be my job. Like, I love that sort of thing. I can look at a person and just florist. Like, I love flowers. But I don't know if I can actually point them out. Oh, they're like directly behind me. But I have national whatever, I think it's the National Audubon Society for wildflowers, trees,
that's so nice.
Birds and like butterflies, even the night sky and constellations. So like I do a lot of research into like the natural world and stuff. I also have that episode. I know that like witchcraft isn't like for everybody, but I do have a plant witchery book where where it talks about like a lot of the different remedies as well as like the different, I mean, each plant like is sort of has a gender of like, you know, foxglove, it's like she's very secretive and very like it's like a foxtrot. It's very seductive. And it's a type of scent where it captivates you, but you don't want it for too long because it could become toxic. But that's just something I have off the top of my head.
She has a theory that Elain grows toxic plants. For
sure.
Yeah. You definitely have to, we definitely have to go over the scents again. Because I don't understand the method to Sarah's madness there, because some have the same.
I feel like I could bring some enlightenment with some of the plant related books that I have. Because I won't get like too witchy with it. But I love that. I love that. Because I mean I do like practice, but I understand it's not like for everybody. So I don't like you know, I know where the line is. But like I personally use lilac and like, you know, I use the scent and all that for. I use it for protection. Lilac is a protective plant, and so it's very interesting that like, isn't it Reese smells like lilac?
No, Tamlin.
No, Tamlin. That's right, Tamlin and
Farah.
So the beast and the hunter
They're
smell like a protective plant.
That's so funny.
I'm not. The thing is, I don't think it's that they're supposed to be together. I do believe, like, yes, Farah is meant to be his downfall because she is a hunter. Yeah. And, you know, it's Farah is Gaston. Yeah. That's how I saw the whole Beauty and the Beast retelling. Farah is Gaston. That's what it is.
Yeah. I think she's definitely, like, the enchantress that fucking messed up his life. And
actually, I feel the enchantress would be more... If we're talking more like Reese. OG, if we're talking more OG, Beauty and the Beast, as well as OG Disney, rather than the live action with Emma Watson, which I did like it, minus the dress, hated the dress. But if we're talking like OG fairy tale, Amarantha very much would be the enchantress. I mean, that's literally what she is in ACOTAR. But
I find it hilarious that that she is called the Deceiver. And then that's how Farah ruined spring.
Not only that, but Morrigan. That's a deceiver right there. She might not have that title, but she's hiding behind a false one.
Yeah.
Plus, there's the whole, she's got the name of a literal goddess that a lot of people do go to for knowledge. And
I think, did I send you that reel yesterday? My Morrigan Irish goddess Hybern.
I think you actually sent me that one a couple weeks ago.
Maybe
I remember it, but I don't recall if it was yesterday or not.
Okay. I was like, it was very weird that, you know, Hybern calls her a mighty queen, and then she's like an Irish goddess. And
remember how we were talking about the whole Valahan thing and how she knows like the queen? What if she's the queen? Like, she's a mighty queen. What if she is the queen? And so she's like a double agent, and she's frenzies with Night Court, but she's an actual literal queen somewhere else.
I could see that.
I love it.
Except that the Queen of Valahan is married and she has a king.
But she could also lie.
I mean, glamours, do you recall how you mentioned that glamours don't just poof go away when someone dies?
True.
We don't know if she didn't, you know, she could kill. I mean, it seems that all of the Fae have the ability to glamour. And with Morrigan being cousin to the High Lord, as far as we know.
She can,
Yeah.
I mean, she did glamour Elain into a human, so.
Literally. Like, I mean, it wasn't that difficult anyways. You know, she'd already been a human once.
I know.
And according to SJM, they're just less colorful and dull. Like, instead of having copper hair, it's like dull red.
Yeah, like carrot.
So I'm assuming it's also, that's something, not to get too far off track, but SJM does the whole thing of like Farah has like a glow, you know, the starlight glow. But like then also when she's talking about the difference between Fae and human skin is very dull and like it's just, there's not really much color to it compared to the Fae. So do the Fae do they also have like just a generalized like glow about them where it just seems like the colors are richer.
Yeah, pretty much.
Such as I
find it funny that the old, like I was saying, I find it funny that the old word for Hybern is Hibernia, which was Ireland.
Yes.
And she's an Irish goddess. And Moore is actually the one that brings up in Silver Flames, like, the Hybern people are still there, but they no longer have a king.
Yeah.
So
I also don't think that they killed all of the, like, creatures, like the adders and stuff like that.
So I was like, could Moore be the next queen of Hybern?
Can she just die? Like, I genuinely don't like her as a character. In my fanfic, I literally have it to where everyone's gonna hate her. Like, she's gonna go back to the Court of Nightmares and she's gonna wallow in self-pity for God knows how many centuries, because they've all been doing it for 500 anyways.
To me, she really, really has to go on a, like, fucking apology tour.
But not like how Nesta was forced to do it.
Yeah, no, not forced.
Because being forced to hike a mountain and have sex,
like, she has to make a lot up to Eris and Nesta and Azriel.
Eris needs to just kill his father.
Like, I know.
Not condoning violence, but he just needs to kill his father. Like,
but see, I feel like Eris knows something where he can't for some reason. Because remember, in Akasif, Nesta calls him out. She's like, "What are you storing all the ash arrows for?" Back to that question that we got really off track.
Which question?
What are your top 5?
Oh, that's right. The top 5.
5, 10, whatever.
Honestly, I can just go through it. So I had started
podcast titles.
Yeah. So intros and big theory. That's a great, like, opener that, you know, it's very much like you're drawing people in. Like, that's the first episode. You really do need an introduction and just like a, hey, this is like the main stuff we think of.
Also, it sucks because the first season, like, we had no mics. We had, like, the shittiest.
Yeah. I honestly, that's what makes it feel the most like a FaceTime, and it's so cute. Then my next one, so not title wise, but conversation wise, bonus episode, Let's Talk Eris Van Sarah. That, it was very funny because it started out Eris and then it went to how Eris, like everyone else, and then you brought it back into being about Eris with, see, everyone somehow connected to him. And it's just, it's a very cool way to think of. Sense and Secrets was in my, like, top 3. Because that just sounds so cool. And I mentioned before, I want to, like, I want to have that kind of conversation with you because of, like, actual plant knowledge that I have. And that
would be really interesting.
I know a lot of, you could do, like, a Sense and Secrets part 2.
Yes!
Or like a Sense and Secrets.
That would, oh my God, that would actually, like, have people go back to season 1 too.
Yes! And then they could see, like, okay, well, you also need to listen to 1 through 4 so that episode 5 makes sense. But I honestly, I would love to be on, like, a part 2 of that type of thing. Everyone Has Trauma is the funniest title out of the ones that I've listened to, because I had just started that one.
Because I say it in the episode.
Well, that too, but also it reminds me of, like, you know how have you ever watched Friends?
No.
Okay, well, the way they do their, like, titles for the different episodes is, like, the one where Monica burns chicken or something like that. This one is the one where everyone has trauma. And so you could also do one where, like, you could go into the theories of how, like, the different ways that each character will, like, actually learn to heal. So you could do Everyone Has Therapy as a part 2 to that, to get them to go to that episode.
See, this is why I told you have to help me brainstorm shit.
I'm really good at figuring out titles for chapters and stuff like that. It's the active, like, writing of the chapters in books and stuff. And then the one where we discuss CC2, that's very much like the Friends sort of titling. And then let's see, the world walking and book talking, it rolls off the tongue nicely. And then right after that,
I feel like I either rhyme or I do alliteration. There's no other.
You don't even do, like, a full rhyme either. You do, like, a slant rhyme, which is so fun that I can refer to that. I have that knowledge. The Weary and the Wicked. as someone who loves like Wicked, like the actual like musical and the book and stuff like that, that is just such a good title.
I remember
everything.
that episode
He's just
too.
Cassian.
That's a good episode.
Yeah, but the one she's everything and he's just Cassian. That is also so funny to me.
On Barbie.
she's
Barbie.
Everything. And he's just Ken. Except Cassian wouldn't even be Ken. Like,
I know, like
Azriel would be like, honestly, if we're getting into Barbie stuff,
yeah,
I feel like Azriel is specifically King Dominic from Princess and the Pauper. That is my favorite Barbie movie, but it's purely because of him rescuing Erica from the jail, and she was like, "You sure do love disguises, don't you?" And he was just like,
yeah,
that's my thing. Because he'd done like 3 disguises at that point.
So fun fact, there are 2, 3. So there are only 3 season 1 episodes on our top 10.
Really?
And so it's episode 1, episode 2, and episode 3.
Yeah.
And then we have a ton of season 2. The rest is like season 2 or special episodes. So Henry and Karena's interviews are actually the 3rd most viewed.
Yeah.
And the 7th most viewed.
Interesting.
And then we have season 2, episode 1, season 2.
That one is interesting because it's hot takes. So usually that's going to draw people in. But because it's an almost 4-hour-long episode, people are probably going to immediately be like, ooh, hot takes. Usually this is like...
Okay, can I tell you the weirdest fucking thing? Because I've had this discussion with Olivia so many times. Our longest episodes have the most views.
The like 5-hour. Yeah, because people can listen to it in the background. And they don't have to worry about it switching or anything. It's just crazy. Some people probably fall asleep to it. I don't want to fall asleep to it because I actually want to pay attention so that, you know.
She's like, I don't get that. You would think that people would like a short 1-hour episode a week. I was like, no, they don't.
The 1 to 2 hour ones were great for when I was traveling over the weekend, driving up and driving back, because I was able to, and even packing, I was able to just an entire day, you know, like for 12 hours, just listen to a handful of, not really 12 hours, but I was able to listen to a lot of episodes.
Yeah.
So I do need to catch back up on that. Season 2, episode 2, Deceits and Downfalls. That's a nice one because it's
I'm shocked that's not on our top listens. It goes episode 1, episode 3, episode 4.
Yeah.
And then and then season 1, episode 14, The Fox, the Fawn, and the Fiend.
Oh, you know what? That is also a pretty good and then there's also
I personally like 18, the long-awaited Cassian death debate.
I haven't listened that far ahead yet, but season 1, episode 16, The Morrigan, the Mother, the Maid, as a play on the maiden, mother, and crone. I liked that. Morgan would be the crone.
Hidden siblings, wedding rings, and other things.
That's a cool one too. They're eating the children.
That's my favorite one.
You're actually looking at it, it doesn't show the entire full title, so it says they're eating the children, we're shooting the...
You could say it, it's fine.
Oh, is it shit?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't show up, it's just the S and then ...
Oh!
Yeah, because it's so long. So it's like...
they're eating the children, we're shooting the shit.
That's so funny. And then The Story of Us looks a lot like a tragedy now. That sounds like a Taylor Swift song.
It is.
Like,
it very much is.
Oh my gosh.
It is literally
Demons and Seers and Changelings. Oh my. That sounds like a Supernatural episode. I'm pretty sure that is a sentence in a Supernatural episode.
Yeah. So funny.
Helion, sex, and book recs. That sounds great. But
can I tell you though?
Is my favorite.
That is our least listened to episode.
Really?
Yeah.
Looks like I'm gonna have a bunch of people listening
of the season.
Episode.
I don't know why. I thought it was interesting talking about Helion, but
yeah. Well, I mean, he's my favorite High Lord out of all of them. Not only because he's like, well, I mean, SJM wrote him as openly like either bisexual or like just everything.
Yeah.
I'm thinking a bit more bisexual because we see him asking.
It only has 80 plays.
That's crazy. But like he's also got the books, so he like
the Dust Court connections. Trope.
I mean, he's also not the pale. Like he's not pale and basically white like everyone else. He is. What did we say he was like?
Persian.
Middle Eastern? Persian. Yeah. So like he's very. He's just Do you know that clip from the movie where it's like, take it easy, white chocolate, wouldn't want you to melt? Oh, I need to send you that meme.
I'm not like a movie person.
Oh, good
I
Lord.
don't get any movie.
Thing is, I don't even know what movie it's from. I just know the clip
Olivia,
because it's funny.
This is so bad.
Nice.
But Olivia and Eka were talking about The Mummy, and I was like, I've never watched that.
The Mummy with Brendan Fraser?
I know what it is, but I've never.
They would probably understand what I meant by that. It's oh my gosh. I mean, I've seen The Mummy like twice, but it's Brendan Fraser. Like he's just he's hot.
Yeah. I've seen like clips of it, but yeah.
Yeah, but no, Helion, like he's definitely my favorite High Lord just because I can relate to the whole have sex and solidarity with my books.
Right?
Hold on. Everyone's sex and the solidarity with my books are two separate things, just to clarify.
and the way that everybody thinks that he's shit, I always forget the name. Nesta's smutty book author.
Honestly?
They're like, it's Helion.
I don't think he's the author. I think they're in a book club by the like if we were to get novella after Silver Flames and like it's a good, well thought out novella, I feel like it would be amazing if we had like if it was sort of like how Assassin's Blade, like it's not just Assassin's Blade, there's other little novellas in it.
Yeah.
I feel like if we had one where it was like a Christmas episode again, but it's specifically Nesta goes to day court like with Elain and
right?
Lucian as just I want to take my sister and I guess her mate because he's an emissary.
Yeah.
And then her and Helion are reading smut together. And then Lucian, once
it's like, please
everything's
don't.
all found out about the whole he's my dad, it could be like, oh my God. I'm her sister's mate. Oh my
Nesta
God.
would be
my mate's sister, my sister-in-law read smut with my father.
Nesta would be so like, hey, at least I didn't sleep with them like more. What?
I gotta back away from that conversation. I hate Morrigan. Genuinely the only character I hate.
I feel like, okay, so because I don't really like her either, but because you hate her so much, I am so curious to know how our interview with Amanda will go and what you'll think about it.
The thing is, I can be respectful.
Yeah.
But I have my reasons for hating her.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you now, but like.
She was like, oh, I love her. She's the best. I was like, oh boy.
She literally reminds me of my mother. And like my mother and I, my biological mother specifically, we're on good terms now because we are two grown women who are like, cool, we'll be like buds and we'll talk sometimes. But like, lying straight out of her ass. Like, not even through her teeth. She's not looking you in the eyes. It's out her ass because that's the only thing she'll show you because she sleeps with everyone. No offense to my biological mother, but like, I can't hate on a redhead, but like,
them
redheads, that representation somehow.
Them autumn court people.
Honest to God.
This is why I'm so curious about Eris. I want to know. I want to know his secrets.
Eris is fine.
Come on, there's no goddamn fucking way Gwen is not his kid. None.
I don't know if it would be. I really can't see it as kid. I see it more as like cousin because in my fic I have Eris and Azriel as like becoming best friends, and like I have it to where Gwen is like a not like first cousin but like second cousin. Because if she was first cousin, definitely would have been like way more in line with Autumn Court.
I definitely
see track of all of the descendants for sure.
Yeah,
so I feel like she's
see Bryce
just one
as his
like,
cousin.
Oh, definitely. But I feel like
it was just the way that her father was explained, and then they both have crackling magic. They can both help people from distances.
They're definitely
They have a lot of similar.
I feel because I don't want there
and
to be.
Eris even treats Nesta the way that Gwen treated Nesta.
Well, yeah, but like the way that the reason I can't see it as like kids is because I just broke the back of my chair. Like if I push down, it'll just like slide down. Good Lord. But the reason I don't see it as kids is because it was specifically mentioned in the books that children are rare. So for all of these technically
Lady
main
Autumn
characters,
has 7.
yes, but she was explained to have some hyper fertility or something. And honestly,
but that's why I don't think we were told, because he doesn't know he has a child.
I have a little bit of a theory that, there's obviously Lucian, who is Helian's, and then Eris is definitely Baron's. But what if all of those other kids aren't exactly Baron's? What if
I think Eris is Helian's?
That would be interesting, but then it would be a little different of like.
I mean, I think that's why he wanted the bids.
Yeah.
Like the magic chooses. And then that's also why he like hesitated when calling the other brothers as brothers.
Yeah, but at the same time, if Eris and Lucian are Helians, who's gonna get the throne,
Eris, you would have to kill off the brother.
I don't want Lucian
for bids.
I don't want that to happen. I want Eris to take over Autumn Court because hell yeah.
100%.
And then Lucian.
I wouldn't mind if his brothers died. They're fucking
as much as I don't like Farah, I do like the idea that Nesta is High Lady of Dusk, Elain is High Lady of Day.
Yeah.
And then Farah is Night.
Yeah.
And then Dawn is just Dawn. They're always like the neutral. They're the neutral. That's fine. Yeah. And it's also Thesan. Yeah, I love him. He's adorable. Yeah. but you know what? If we also like have a novella, I need it to be like.
I'm going to convince you of this. I'm going to send you all of my reels about this, where I have all the quotes and all the
already
mirrors.
Send them. You send so many of them to me. But like another theory I have is like with a novella, what if we were to get, because you had mentioned this in an earlier episode of season 1 of how we didn't get to see Callias and Vivian's love story. And if we got a novella, what if we got to see Callias and Vivian coming to power, falling in love, just, a little bit of time jump sort of things.
Yeah,
and then the mountain. We see what happens with Helian's predecessor and how he became High Lord. And then also Thesan and even, I know we know a bit about how Tarquin became High Lord, but I need to understand him and his cousin's dynamic better, because how is his cousin also with Amren? And how was it okay for Cressida, or I think that's
Cressida, yeah,
that. But it like he was totally fine with her flirting with Rhys, and it's just like I need to understand that dynamic a little, because technically she's a princess.
He's so young and he doesn't know what he's doing.
But also, what do you mean High Lord, no High Lady? But then the cousins are like princess and prince in Summer Court. Like I don't understand how you have so many different types of titles and hierarchies. Because it doesn't make sense, because then technically the cousins of the Summer Court High Lord would, because they're prince and princess, would be higher up than all of the sons of Baron, because his sons do not have titles. Untitled versus title. I know it is, direct.
I mean, they are
cousin, but
they are. I mean, they do call Eris princeling, so they are princes.
Yeah, but that's like a mocking way.
Well, yeah, but I feel like they don't use their titles, but they still have their titles, if you know what I mean. I feel like the Summer Court,
you know what, they probably don't use them because their father finds it threatening. Because he's High Lord, so they're like, we can't use these or she's gonna just kill us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's funny that like it's not Princess Morrigan. Interesting. Shh.
I'm supposed to have 2.
Well, there was one. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, then it didn't come yet.
Did you get it?
It was in front of the mat.
It's okay. I'm so glad that I have this place alone now.
But yeah, I think that maybe the Summer Court just likes their titles better. I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm curious to see what title Thiessen gives his general if they ever get married.
Yeah,
they're not mates.
This is SJM we're talking about.
You know.
Yeah. The dejectedness in both of our voices.
Lord, wouldn't he also be Lord? High Lord and Lord?
Well, yeah, because there's or liege.
Liege.
My liege. That's something my family uses. We'll be like, thank you for the second helping of dinner, my liege. I'm but a humble peasant. I need humor like that in these books. That is something that is missing from these books. We have that like super dry humor of like, reasons the best Time Lord. Yeah. That's dumb. I need like...
I mean, even before the titles, the issues stem from nobody having names. What is Vivian's sister's name? What is
Vivian has a sister? Like,
yeah.
That's how... I completely forgot about that because there's no name.
Scene. You really
That's right, the Briar scene. We need I need names to be able to be like,
Vivian has a sister, and Moore stands with Vivian's sister because they're friends. Yeah. And then a Winter Court soldier walks by, and Moore does a double take, and then Vivian's sister kind of like snorts at her because she has a Winter Soldier, and then they all take Briar and go off.
That's right.
Forever. But I'm like, because Farrah's like, Vivian's sister or her twin. Or her... what? They look so much alike, I can't tell.
So okay, is it Vivian's sister or is it her twin?
Farrah doesn't know. And she doesn't bother to fucking ask, of course. Like
Okay, well now that's confusing me. Is it Vivian has a sister or Vivian has a sister and also a twin? Or the sister has a twin?
So she's saying she's either her twin sister or just a sister.
Oh my gosh, then just say it's her sister that could pass as a twin.
She's like, I didn't know if it was her sister or perhaps a twin because they look so much alike.
Guess what? It's still a sister.
Well, guess what? You and Nesta look so much alike. Are you twins? No.
Right?
Also, Winter Court, they're going to have
God forbid people use genetics properly.
I know, right? But I also thought it was really funny, which I don't think I've ever actually brought up, but I think it was funny that they mentioned the Winter Court legions and how their hair is either white as snow or like black as night. And Vivian's like family obviously has the whitest snow hair, and Briar's is super dark.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that.
Something I found interesting, but it wasn't really like, it was sort of just generalized how like Winter Court people are described. Mm-hmm. Have you ever watched Tinkerbell at all? Okay. Do you recall the one where Tinkerbell meets Periwinkle in the winter fairy area? And how all of them are very pale with either white or black hair. Mm-hmm. That's what this is reminding me of. Where Callias is Lord Mallory and Vivian is Queen Clarion.
Yes.
Like, I understand Queen Clarion's not from the winter area, but that's what their love story is giving me.
It's so cute.
There's that like prequel Tinkerbell book that came out about their early on love story. Yeah. And it's literally Callias and Vivian.
It's like it just them. Oh my god.
It's so like, oh my gosh.
I also love a good Friends to Lovers, so
right.
I love them.
I read basically every other genre the most, but Friends to Lovers that's what I want for myself, you know? I don't want to read it in a book because I'm gonna have the wrong kind of expectations. I want it for myself. I want a real experience.
Yeah.
Thank God the Fae don't have dating apps. Well, okay, maybe the ones in Crescent City, but like in general, they don't have dating apps, and thank the Lord, because can you imagine trying to defeat Amarantha's curse and you have to deal with a dating app?
Oh, I wrote the most unhinged note at like 4 a.m. the other day.
Oh my gosh, you and being awake when I try so hard to be awake when you are actually active and awake at night, but like I cannot stay up that long because I am up all day. But like you have some of the most unhinged things when you are awake and conscious, and I'm just sitting there like, what?
All right, so I don't know where my brain comes up with this shit. I was just like awake, Yeah. And I was like, so Tamlin wanted to become a traveling minstrel because he's good at music.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, Rhys is a Daemati, and he doesn't really have any fucking hobbies. I was like, he could easily be like a freelance muse for like artists, because there's no photography. Because he did that with Feyre, where he's like,
you know who else he could be a muse for? Tamlin.
Like, but he could go around Prythian, collecting someone's memories for someone to draw.
Yeah, he could literally, that's the easiest way to be a muse.
Yes!
Because you're just, but I can understand why an author wouldn't want to do that sort of thing, because it is very complicated.
It's like, only for people in my circle.
It's so very similar to the storyline of like how like a Selkie works.
Yeah.
Where you take their fur and they become your muse and you get whatever for however long, then someone else will take the fur or give it back, and then you're done.
Yeah.
You literally will feel so purposeless that you will basically off yourself. No, that's a bit dark, but there's a lot of dark shows and movies and
Feyre and Nesta, because he asked Nesta if he could have like the vision of like the girls making it up the mountain or whatever, and then Feyre drew them on Ramiel.
Yeah.
Because he showed her. So I was like, he could be a freelance photographer, because there's no photographers.
Well, yeah, but also, do you know, not every like family does it, but like if you don't have an actual camera, you can be like, oh, we're going to take a mental picture. And it's so you can actually try to trick your brain into remembering that specific moment because you're miming a camera. Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, that was a little unhinged, but I was like, he'd be like a photographer for Prythian. And then, this was my other unhinged one, but that's like a map thing. I put, does the Sidra River actually exist? Because it's not on the map.
Yeah.
They're like, the Sidra. Where is this fucking river? It's not on the map.
That's why I'm working on redrawing it, so I can try and like figure it out.
Where is the
from
rainbow
the way
of
they're
Valaris?
describing
We
it.
don't know.
Somewhere in Valaris. I assumed the way that I have it in my fic is it's so we have like Rita's, and then we have like basically a giant like town square, but it's more like a circle. And then you have like different pathways that go to like smaller town squares. And so like the main one is where like the Starfall Festival happens, and then like the spillage of how populated it is goes into the other places. But then the Sidra kind of like runs through that. So like there's a couple paths that are actually more just bridges to get over it. And then it sort of winds, and then like their manor or whatever is like way back here on the river sort of. And then the rainbow, you walk through the square, go over one of the bridges, and then it's, you know, the rainbow with the jewel, what is it, Castle Jewels or something?
Yeah, House of Thread and Jewels.
That's right, yeah. That's there. And then walking towards the mansion, whatever that they have, but like sort of in the direction of Rita's is where I have it, like the little place that Pharaoh's art gallery.
The art gallery, yeah.
The fan art that I made of my own OC, I have it in the back where the gallery Rita's, and then like a little apartment complex, and then behind that is also the House of Wind with balconies.
The rebuilt apartment complex from the slums.
Yep. I knew someone would understand. Which is also why it looks run down. Yeah. I went into a lot of detail. And also with Rita's, I actually like put silhouettes in the windows and stuff because it's like around sunset. So, you know, everyone's waking up and that sort of thing. And I also made it to where all the lights in the House of Wind are off. Just because why would anyone be there?
Yeah.
Azriel's out and about with my OC, and Nesta and Cassian are doing whatever they do up a mountain near a lake against a rock.
We had this conversation about the fucking House of Wind, and we were like, okay, but the dad didn't have wings. So how was Rhys's dad getting up to the House of Wind. You can't winnow into it.
I'm actually wondering, what if he built it for Rhys's mother? Because Rhys talks about how, it was there when he was a kid.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking, maybe Rhys
like
was
raise
the one
our
going,
kids in this house, and then
maybe he was the one going up and down the stairs while the father had the mother. Like, Rhys talks about how they weren't really good together, but I'm thinking there was more behind the scenes because, again, he did let her keep her wings.
Yeah.
I'm thinking he was
like,
just...
Oh, they fought all the time.
Honestly, the way that I see it is how, like, my paternal grandparents are. My grandmother's very quiet, she wants her freedoms with some things, but for the most part, my grandfather's head of the household. Like, what he says goes. Sometimes they argue, whatever, but, like, he still lets my grandmother have her little knickknacks and trinkets and stuff. Basically, her wings. So with the house they've been living in for almost a decade, he made sure my grandmother would be able to get in and out of it without any worry of stairs.
Yeah.
A mate has wings.
I mean, they do have
He's
going to
want
houses,
her to fly.
So there's that.
Yeah. I'm just sad that Azriel has had to basically cockblock Nessian multiple times. And, like, I mean, come on. Maybe Nesta could have been with Azriel. She was attracted to them both.
I know.
She's the main reason we know Azriel has a bigger wingspan.
I really, really love their sibling dynamic, though.
Oh, definitely. It's so nice. But
so refreshing.
Before we had a sibling dynamic, it would have been nice to have possibly had a romance with those two. And then
like,
Cassian,
she just needs someone that understands her.
That has logic and common sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Cassian's a lot like my ex. Oh, look at this book. I would totally read it, but won't actually listen to anything I say. And then some of my friends are like, oh, wow, you read a new book. I don't personally read, but you can go on and on about it. Yeah. And I feel like
just like read the war books.
Buddy, she doesn't want to read war books unless she's throwing them over your head.
I know.
And she wants to know the title.
Right.
Art of War at your head. Like,
Like, when she was like, oh, I read it for you, I was like, bull the fuck shit. No, you did not. Yeah, I just, they bother me so much. The other ones. I almost hate Nessian more than Phazan now, as a couple, not in terms of actions,
I'll be real with you.
Couple.
As a couple, Nessian is worse than Phazan in my eyes, but that's because Farrah and Rhys are toxic together.
They're toxic together.
They're toxic together. So it's in their eyes, it's healthy. On the outside, everyone is like, please stop.
Trash.
Nessian they're not healthy together. They know they're not. And from the outside, it's like,
Okay, Cassian's own voice actor is like, I don't understand this. Like, dude, there's more. Like, it's always been more. What are you saying? He's like, I suppose that, okay, so you can't, go against the pull of the mating bond or whatever. But it's more. Like, it's always been more. And so this is why I get so mad at people who are like, he doesn't love more. He said that she's his sister. I was like, you are putting way more stock in what the character says than what
the thing
they
is,
do.
Keep in mind, in real life, when someone's like, oh yeah, we've slept together, but like, that's totally like my sibling. Right? Okay, and? What? And not to get too personal, and I mean, you could always cut it out, but like with my ex, I mean, his best friend became basically my brother. That dude ended up having a crush on me. Like,
yeah.
It all has to do with whole thing. But it has to do with different dynamics and how people see others. So, it's just very much like, not blood related, so it's not gross. But
I had this whole argument with this girl in the fandom who was so Elriel and pro Nessian and all this bullshit. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to find every single fucking instance of him pining after more and put it in a reel. And so I did.
I saw that. You sent that to me, and I was just like, okay, so I knew it was a lot. I didn't realize it was that much.
And that often.
Yeah.
And like pulling the hand away and turning his back to her and like
the foot rubbing.
Yeah. the foot rubbing.
And I mean, maybe I'm just a person who doesn't
the
like
lingerie.
Maybe I'm just a person who doesn't understand normal dynamics and physical touch.
That is
but like
normal. No.
Because the lingerie, like, I mean, you know, I can understand like as a joke, but then there's like the actual conversation about it, like, oh, you knew exactly what I wanted.
Yeah. And I told him, and then she bought him matching boxers.
Yeah, which means that they planned it. That's not sibling behavior.
And they knew Nesta was going to be there.
Yeah.
It's
of course Nesta became an alcoholic.
It's fucking
like,
more.
Yeah.
Oh, Nesta's going to be there. I'm going to get lingerie from Cassian. Like, you don't even want him.
You know what's
interesting? What is your problem?
You know what's interesting? I wonder if Rhys also has a hand in that. Because you know how he is controlling Azriel to not go after Elain, as he should, but the whole getting matching lingerie, you'd either have to plan that out, have done it before, or someone's like, why don't you get a
matching one for him?
Because Rhys doesn't like Nesta. He hates her.
See, this is where it gets confusing because he seems all on the Nessian train, right? Even in Akafast, oh, there's threads to be pulled and woven here with Cassian's happiness. Weird.
But then with other things, he's like, I hate your sister. I hate Nesta. I don't like her.
With
She's
Feyre, he's like, I hate her. Like, and then Cassian even calls him out with, you know, how he treated her in terms of Gwen, which one singular point for Cassian. But
well, hey, keep in mind, you also said he's great support for Eris, so that's 2 points.
2 points. But Candy pointed out, which I fucking love, when they're talking about planning the Nessian wedding, which, by the way, never fucking happened. I love that.
I'm so glad there wasn't an actual wedding.
I know. Well, it never fucking happened. They're not wearing rings in Crescent City. Nope. So something happened in those 3 days. But oh
my God, that's right. 3 days.
But she pointed out how it says that, like, Rhys, you know, wanted to be the planner and all this stuff, and he was getting, like, all these flowers and shit. Cassian's fucking allergic to flowers.
Did Cassian have a near-death experience that we don't know about? Did Cassian have what's called an allergic reaction and almost die, and we haven't found out about it? Oh my gosh. Oh my god. That's right, because he says when he went to visit Springcourt, he's like, yeah, I don't like it. It doesn't make me feel good or whatever.
He was itching everywhere.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I need to add that to my fanfic of where, like, Azriel, because I'm going to have Azriel and Tam and Eris all
Rhys
friends.
wants to be part of the wedding, and he's, you know, getting all of the things set up and all the flowers. And I was like, flowers? You know, Cassian's allergic to flowers.
And I'm pretty sure Nesta wouldn't have wanted anything
sake to be on the Nessian train, and then he's like, I'm gonna fucking poison you at your wedding.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I need to know what fucking happened that stopped that wedding. Was it Cassian's allergic reaction? Was it Elain having a vision about maybe?
You know what I'm curious of? Like, what if it was about to happen and then Bryce fell through, like, and they all were like, "Why is there an intruder that we don't recognize?" They're like, because the way that they're catching, like, these people falling through the things, like, it has to be like they're feeling a change of essence.
And but like Rhys was like decorating the whole temple, and he wanted to be the only one to plan the whole wedding, which was suspicious as fuck anyways.
Also very weird because
then he hates
type of thing.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
The wedding can't have happened because when he was planning the wedding, he was excited and he was grateful for Nesta to saving them, right? He fucking hates her guts again. So my theory is that she couldn't go through with it for some reason. That she either postponed it or she couldn't make it down the aisle for some reason. And she didn't go through with it. Because both Rhys and Cassian were pissed at her, even before the mask shit. They were upset. And maybe that's why Cassian didn't immediately step in for her with Rhys. Because he's like, oh, you didn't want to marry me, but now you want me to protect you? Like, I could see him doing something like that. It's just very sad. But I seriously need to know what happened where they didn't have a wedding, because I did not send you this reel, but I'm gonna have to since I'm talking about it. But every single one of Sarah J. Maas's mates, endgames, couples have mating bands / wedding rings.
Yeah, I mean,
that are mentioned.
Phazan not only has rings because it's like the mortal tradition, that sort of thing, or human tradition, but they also have Farah's other tattoo.
Yeah.
That signifies their world jumping bond thing, and also,
but Phazan has rings, Rowena has rings. Bryce and Hunt talk about rings in their chapter that, I want a titanium one because that's the best metal. And Rune and Lydia get rings on wedding day. And then in Crescent City 3 itself, Rigulus had all the gold rings on his fingers. But you're not gonna mention
if Nesta and Cassian have them? So what if also something happened between... Well, actually, keep in mind the way that Bryce was like, oh, you're gonna come with me? And Nesta was like, I'm not really liked much around here anyways. And then Azriel's the only one that comes after her and then also proceeds to help.
Yeah.
And like Nesta even admits she's going to be getting in trouble. Azriel's getting in trouble. Like,
and then when Bryce was like, is he like a king of this place? And Nesta's like, he'd like to be.
But I think because of Azriel helping them in his way, of supervising, because he's a babysitter for everybody at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I think him getting in trouble as well, the next ACOTAR book, we're going to see a dynamic change between the main 3 guys and then
100%. Because they're about
I think we're going to see, the 3 of them and Elain, maybe Tamlin. But those 4 specifically, the Bat Boys and Elain, are going to have some of the biggest, changes.
Yeah.
I really need Elain to be growing some poisonous flowers, that's for sure.
I really need Cassian to die.
And she could even grow some orchids. Those are poisonous towards, most animals.
I would love orchids. For her to just, fucking poison Rhys or Cassian.
Just casually grows an ash tree and nobody thinks anything of it.
I'm pretty sure... I don't think Cassian ever directly spoke to Elain, but the first scene that he does is in the fucking dining room, where he literally sees muffins and shit that Elain has made with Nuala and Caradwyn, and he just grabs one and eats it. And Elain was went all white or whatever, and she's like, he broke your wings and whatever. And he's like, it'll take more than that to kill me. And she's like, no, it will not.
Yeah, why don't we get any more?
He's like,
why don't we get anything else of that? We don't.
So that means it's not gonna take physical damage to kill him.
Yeah. So poison, or like I was saying, where he has to go somewhere and Nesta can't, Lady Death save him. What if he goes to Springcourt to save Tamlin in some way? And has an allergic reaction.
He is never going back to the Springcourt. I can tell you that right now.
Elain is so crazy with plants. What if she's the only one who could save him? Yeah. And then it's like, no, you can't be saved. Actually, I hate all of you.
I feel like he would. I feel like he would ingest something, or
he eats everything and eats like a freaking hog getting dinner time.
I know. He doesn't care. That's why I thought it was really funny when Rhys says in ACOTAR, I drank the wine that Amarantha gave me because Cassian and Azriel weren't around to sniff it for me. What? Dude, they check your food. They have never once checked your food. Come on.
Also, keep in mind, Amren has called Azriel and Cassian, more so Cassian,
dogs.
The dogs.
Yeah.
Like sniffing hounds, basically. Yeah. Azriel, for sure, because of his shadows, he can get into those places like an actual hound. Mm-hmm. Basically like a hellhound.
Yeah.
And then Cassian is the fucking golden retriever. He's gonna... You put food in front of him, he's gonna eat it. He's not even gonna sniff it. It's just gonna be down the throat. I would fucking
love if Elain had some sort of fucking vision and she poisoned him. I would love that. I don't think she would do that because then Elain would be available to everybody, but like,
yeah, that would cause too much with the sisters as well because Farrah's high lady, so then it's like,
so I think there's 3 possible ways that Cassian could, well, technically 4 possible ways Cassian could die. So one of them would be, the Illyrians are forming a coup. Azriel and Rhys have not told him of this yet, and they're going to turn on him. The second would be he comes between a fight with Rhys and Nesta and gets poofed away by their powers.
Yeah.
The third is, just allergic reaction. It's a natural thing. It's not magical. Can't be saved. And then the fourth is kind of the one that I went most in depth with.
Yeah.
Which is, I find it odd that the bone carver doesn't carve the bone that Cassian and Feyre bring. He just kind of sets it down. Because Feyre, we have seen him carve Feyre's.
He was carving, yeah.
So the one that she brings with Cassian, he doesn't carve. And then he's like asking, or they're going back and forth, and he's specifically talking to Cassian. So this would be Cassian's bone, right? Sets it down, doesn't carve it. Now we know that he carves bones because he is the sin eater from Tog. He carves bones because he basically absolves them of their sins before they die.
Yeah.
Right? And then he carves the death.
Yeah, it's like a final rite sort of thing.
So what I think is going to happen, because we have the introduction of the black holes, and Nesta currently has the Star Sword and the knife, I think they're going to have to use the black hole to get rid of Koshi. But we know that Cassian is kind of like, from the beginning, he's like, Illyrians were born to be, collateral. We were born to die. We were born to, sacrifice ourselves for the Night Court.
Yeah.
I think that he might just fucking tackle Koshi into the black hole and just simply cease to exist. Because remember, there's no tech, there's no mech suits in Prythian.
And that makes me wonder, not carving anything into the bone, would that mean ceasing to exist, as in he never existed in the first place?
Yeah.
So then there's just a void and no one's going to know why.
You can't have a natural death if you don't actually die. He just ceases to exist. He doesn't die.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what I think might happen. Because then, if Nessian are actually mates, it wouldn't even be a broken bond. It would just cease to exist.
There would be no bond, and then she could be with Cormac.
Mm-hmm.
Like you want.
But then she would be able to have a second mate bond, because the first one would have technically never existed in the first place. So
big brain moment.
Big brain moment. Yeah, I was going over that and I was like, he just fucking ceases to exist. And then I was like, how does he just fucking cease to exist unless Rhys missed him? But then that's technically considered like a death, I guess.
Yeah, it's considered a death because misting, I mean, the way Rhys even explained it, it's not just like a mist. It's you're disintegrating the body and it's blood.
It's like cremation.
Make it smell like, but they make it smell like citrus, so it's less like,
gross.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's more appealing on the nostrils,
right.
Which is crazy.
Blood mist just everywhere when he...
Ooh, why does it smell like lemon cake? Oh, he just killed people. I'm like return, and it's just a slow turn of,
just
no.
Blood mist drifting over the horizon.
The other way. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think there's a reason that the Star Sword and the knife both had to stay in Prythian.
Yeah, and it's not because Night Court's gonna get anything.
Yeah. And they're the only things that open a black hole. And Bryce is like, Nesta, go figure out why.
Which might mean that the next ACOTAR book is just Nesta's book.
I don't know.
How many books is she confirmed to be writing after this? So far confirmed.
2 and a novella is what she's contracted for.
So she's done...
But she already confirmed that it's Elain, Azriel, and more. Twice.
Okay, so then...
But she's also doing Twilight of the Gods.
Azriel helped Nesta, so maybe it's his point of view helping her.
That's what I'm saying.
Because then Gwen and Emery are going to be involved.
Yep.
And then
he can fall for
Elain
Gwen.
is after that with Lucien. And then Morgan
And
gets into Bella
Tamlin.
that we can all skip. Unless it is specifically
it
about
has
her
to be
and
dual
Eris.
POV with Eris, yeah. I'm reading it for Eris.
You know, worst case scenario, if not dual POV,
yeah,
you can write it dual POV.
You can write it dual.
And I can rewrite.
That is another thing she confirmed, that they're all dual POV.
We don't just have the one anymore with the unreliable narrator called Farah.
She's like
wow,
Akasif,
I said it so derogatory.
But my question is,
yes,
is she going to write them all in third person now that Nesta's was? Because Farah is the only first person narrator in the fucking series. Nesta's was third person.
Yeah, because it started out as just a trilogy.
Yeah.
So I don't think she was actually playing.
But I was kind of pissed off that she wrote Nesta's as third person.
I sort of liked it, but that's because it's easier for me to read.
Yeah. But then it was like Cassian's POV. Cassian, I was like,
yeah, then it's not a POV. It's the omnipotent looking down at what Cassian specifically is doing.
Yeah, so I'm like, it's not. The way that the POVs were on the chapters, I was like, it's not really, though.
Yeah.
Like, that's why when everyone's like, Rhys only looks bad because it's in Nesta's POV. No, it's third person omniscient. Like, it's not technically Nesta's POV. And he looks worse in Cassian's, by the way. The amount of times that Cassian calls him like an asshole or a prick, it's like
literally
crazy.
I feel like, honestly, Rhys might just be doing the Daimati stuff to manipulate a bunch of people. Like Farah, and because I don't think Elain really likes him, because she's always quiet. She doesn't actually.
The only thing I'll say about Elain is, which I've complained about this all the time, so I apologize to everybody that I'm repeating myself a million times. But when she just fucking has that argument with Nesta, her first fucking thought is to go cry to Rhys. You manipulative little bitch. I'm sorry, I hate her in that scene.
Well, keep in mind, she's very powerful. She's a seer. What if Rhys somehow got into her mind? Because we never saw Nesta and Elain actually being taught to block Daimati skills like we saw with Farah. But
it's confirmed that he can't because they're made.
Oh, well, I thought it was because he couldn't get into Nesta's because she has that steel trap of a mind. Well, or that's how she was when she was human. Yeah.
Yeah. So Maja is like, oh, they are made, so
you can't do anything.
Naturally get into their head. Like,
yeah, but I feel like, what if he's doing something to stifle like Elaine's powers to manipulate her to trust him more?
I don't know.
I feel like
because he did say, he's like, oh, as long as we have Elain, Lucien will behave. Like, you fucking asshole.
Yeah, he's using bait.
Everybody are pawns to you. Like, they're not family.
Literally, and that's all fair. How hard is it for a man to listen when a woman says, "Don't do this"? End of sentence. Don't make me bait, because Farah thought that's what Tamlin did. Understandable. You both have trauma. Get therapy. That's really what I want. I want all of them to get some fucking therapy, and then we can just
don't lie to me. Lies to her about her own fucking pregnancy.
Literally.
What the hell?
Because the thing is, Tamlin kept his promise of helping her family immediately. Like, it might have been a bit like of a gradual lead up to finding the actual ship or whatever, but we do find out it was relatively soon after she'd been taken. But I mean, that also means he still had a lot of magic. Even when he was like super compressed by Amarantha, and then Rhys is over here like,
I'm not even convinced that he lost any magic.
Like,
I'm not convinced that he even lost any magic. The only thing we didn't see him do was mist. We saw him Daimati. We saw the shadows of his wings. We saw his talons.
Okay, that's another thing. Oh my god, that is another. I just shook my
him disappearing PC. The lentils. Like, he has
one of the things that I have been so irked about at the end of the Under the Mountain stuff, when Rhys and Farah are talking and he shows that his other, like, his animal form is some kind of a taloned bird. And Tamlin's a beast.
Demon!
Yeah, basically demon. Yeah. But like it's explained, reading it the first time, it's like a giant bird.
Yeah.
And then we have
like a
Rowan,
raven,
who's also a bird. But then like, what about all the other High Lords? What is Helion? Is he a freaking Pegasus?
Helion's a griffin.
That's hot.
By description.
Uriel.
He's a griffin by description because he has like the bird talons and the feathers and the
And then what would Baron be? Like a field mouse?
I feel like Baron's like a.
There's like no way he.
I feel like Baron's like a mutant bear.
Now, if we're getting like serious with it, and
Baron
like,
kind of means bear, so
yeah. Like, but what if he's, because it's Autumn Court and they're flame? What if there's some kind of a phoenix? And
I see Vass is like a phoenix. Vass is a firebird.
Yeah, Baron and Koshi. Now you don't have to spell someone to be a phoenix because he is one. That's okay. Maybe I'm turning a little too much into you. You're rubbing off on me. Oh my god. You know, every theory is just a theory.
You want to know one of my craziest crack theories?
Yes.
I don't think Amren's true form was her true form. I think that she saw Vass. I think before she went in the cauldron, she saw Vassa as a firebird diminish all those things, and then she made them believe that her true form was also a firebird.
Yeah, she's not a firebird. She's one of the angels.
Asteri.
Yeah, that's what they're called. Asteri. Yeah. That's what she is. I
100% think
the thing is, once we started getting the Crescent City books, I went back and reread like Amren's description with the eyes. Yeah, she's a freaking Asteri.
Yeah.
Like I understand.
Hello, Vesperus. Hello, the glowy eyes.
Yeah.
Hello.
and not just glowy like how Nesta's are when she's like got emotions, glowy, but like glowing constantly and also drinks blood.
Yeah. I think that so when you said you didn't think they were the same species, this is along the lines of me thinking that
species, not breed.
But I think they are, but I think they're different hierarchies. So
yeah,
I think that the queens and the princesses have colored eyes. Depending on either their magic or their rank. Because Maeve was a queen, she had the violet eyes.
Yeah. Now were they violet or were they Reese's blue almost violet?
Blue almost violet. Okay. Yeah.
Just to get the canon.
Yeah, right. And then we had Vesperus who had cracking blue. But we have Amren who has silver.
And then Nesta has the grayish blue that has the silver flames.
Silver flames, yeah.
Because what do you mean you can see flames in someone's eyes? Yeah. You know?
So Hybern and Amarantha and Lanthus had the black eyes.
Yeah.
Rhys has the black eyes.
Yeah, because when he's chill, when he's wearing one of his masks, he has the blue
violet.
Honestly, I feel like she should have just said indigo because that's blue. That's almost violet. Yeah. It's just indigo. Get it right, people. It's indigo.
Honestly.
It's not purple.
Yeah.
And these people, I mean, they're doing it like purple, like my freaking mouse pad.
Fucking purple.
Yeah. Like, might as well just go hot pink because you're so wrong. No. But no, it is indigo. Yeah. It's honestly, it's like this, but just a deeper version.
Yeah, like Elizabeth Taylor's eyes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
yeah, no. And then when he's dropping his mask, he's got the black eyes, and it's yeah. I had clocked that. I was like, what do you mean your eyes are black?
Yeah,
because there's
a lot.
There's his eyes darkened, and his eyes are black. Those are two very different things. The darkening is the shadows.
His eyes were black pits. No measure of violet to be seen.
Not only that,
winked out the stars.
What? Do you recall when he was having his nightmare that Pharaoh went to?
Do I recall? 100% I recall.
Of course you recall. I don't even know why I asked this dumb question. But when he was having his nightmare, and it wasn't like just night, it was a void. It was pitch black.
Yeah.
It was his true form coming out because his magic was fucking him up. Yes. Not sure how, but
it's
I do think it has to do. Yeah, do think it has to do with the fact that. Well, also remember he even tells Farah, you have to be careful about how much magic you use at a given time. It is a well. Some people run out of it super quickly, so they have to do small increments, which is how I think Cassian is. I think that's why Cassian has 5 siphons, because he needs that extra pick-me-up. 7. 7. I keep thinking it's 5, but it's 7.
Because nobody makes pictures of the knees.
That's right, the knees. The knee pads, because they're on their knees for Rhys. That's why they're the best boys. It's you can't be more vulgar.
Okay, it's the shoulders, the chest, hands,
knees and toes.
Like, we have the knees, but not the elbows.
Just doing the hanky-panky. But yeah, so he's got them because I think he needs an extra pick-me-up. And then Azriel needs something to stifle it. Or not stifle. Is it stifle? I can't remember.
Siphon?
Yes, stifle. That's right. Stifle. It's been a long day. But yeah, he needs something to stifle it because he's got his shadows. He's got the dagger. I mean, he probably
the killing power, the hell power, the ice power.
What do you mean? He has a killing power and all these other things. How would he not be the most powerful in Night Court? Because Rhys says specifically he's the most powerful High Lord by bragging and stuff. But Tamlin's probably
Rhys
the most powerful
openly
High
says
Lord.
The only one who can go toe to toe with me is Azriel.
But on the good side, like the green lightsaber side, I think Azriel's actually the most powerful. I don't even think Farah's the most powerful because apparently getting pregnant makes you weaker.
Can I say something?
Yes. How stupid do I sound?
You don't. So, Rhys, it's kind of convoluted, but basically I did charts. Of course I did charts. But Rhys is Valg from both sides of his parents. In terms of my personal theories of the bloodlines, his mother was a witch.
Yes.
The Illyrians were made by the Asteri/Valg. I think the females were witches. So Rhys is part witch from his mom, Valg from his mom. I think his father's side, his line started with Maeve.
Yeah.
And Connell, like some baby she tossed into Prythian or whatever.
Yeah.
Noah's Ark. So there's Valg from his father's side.
Moses, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, so he has the Illyrian Valg, the witch, the Valg from his father's side, and of course the High Fae. Azriel, which makes him like a Valg prince, right? Azriel is a perfect triquetra, and I love triquetras in terms of, I mean, I have a triquetra.
I love that you use that word. Like, it's so fun.
I have one right.
That's beautiful.
Thanks. It's lapis lazuli. But Azriel is the perfect triquetra of power. Now he has the Valg from being Illyrian. He has hell powers, which I'm going to get into. And we know from CC3, he's also part Starborn. Oh, that was part of Rhys's too, Starborn.
Yeah.
But he obviously leans more Valg, so he doesn't actually have Starborn magic.
Yeah.
Aside from the stars in his eyes, But Azriel is the most powerful non-High Lord because he is this triquetra.
Because he has every single thing.
Yeah.
Also, the stars in his eyes thing, most of the time when it's an unreliable narrator, all I can think of is star-crossed lovers.
Hey, Brian.
So they're just picturing it.
Yeah.
Or, with Rhys being Daimati, he's making her see it. Keep in mind how
that's just
easily he
Court
trapped
power.
her in his mind.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's just his Night Court power. Because again, Thea and Fionn, Fionn had the Night Court power and she had which is why the daughters were how they were. But Azriel has, and I've brought this up a million times, but it excites me because I think it's so fucking hilarious. Azriel has ice magic. The exact same way that Eris has ice magic and shadow magic, because they're princes of hell. The frozen stare, the frozen gaze, the frozen precipice to which he can dump into to torture people, the everything, his hands, everything about him is cold and frozen, just like Eris. I think that's his hell power. Now, the shadows, as far as we know, Adis's shadows are not sentient. They're just shadows, right?
Yeah.
You know whose shadows are fucking sentient? Koshi.
Yep.
You know who was looking for Azriel at the end of Sakasif? Koshi.
Yeah. Because something's going on there.
I think again, Azriel's a fucking essence baby, like Hunt, 100%.
Oh, for sure.
Think that both Hel and like Koshi the Valg were trying to make, a weapon, kind of like Hunt.
Yeah. Azriel's basically the perfect weapon.
Somewhere along the line, he is a combination of everything.
Yeah.
He can be whatever
it would be kind of hard for anyone to, I mean, like in my fic, so it's headcanon, I have it to where like Azriel's definitely like becoming less and less pleased that he's basically Rhys's dog.
Yeah.
And it's very much like, because I have
like
my
torturing people.
I have my fic take place like 5 years after Silver Flames. And just a generalized like, oh yeah, Bryce also introduced us to a bunch of different foods and things like that. Not phones, no phones. Thank goodness. I'm not worrying about that in my fic. But like, I'm gonna have it be something like, it just doesn't work with the magic and Prithian. Like it's just two different type of wavelengths. It just doesn't work. But I have it to where like the start of it, because I think you've read that first chapter. Azriel's literally like, he could feel Rhys tugging, like that call of just like basically a dog whistle of, hey,
like Tamlin did with Lucian on Cal and May. Like
it's similar to how like when you're a reclusive child and your family's like, oh wow, you finally joined us. Look who's alive.
Yeah, I got that.
Well, now I don't want to be around you. That's how I have Azriel being. So like in my fic, he's gonna get therapy, he's gonna heal, and he's gonna deflect, whatever it is. He's going to leave Night Court. Yeah. Don't really know what kind of plan I have for him quite yet, because that is later on, and I still have to finish
so many plans for my fic. And I'm so glad that you're talking about fics, because I've literally needed the motivation to update mine so badly.
I haven't even finished chapter 2 of mine.
Do you want to do a writing sprint later?
Oh my gosh, that would be so fun. It would have to be.
Can we? Did I send you the link to my Discord? Sure. I have a writing Discord.
I don't think so.
I have a writing Discord for like original books, and then I have my Hector Discord for.
I would love to be in both, because I'm going to definitely be doing both. But I also was about to say,
have you gotten the chance? Probably not, because we've been busy. Have you gotten the chance to read what I have of my crossover fic yet?
No, not yet.
I really want your opinion, because I'm curious to see, like, especially you, who's also like very theory.
Yes. I mean, again, I have this case is all education. It's all different types of education. I'm curious all of these.
So I'm curious to see how your thought process would be of how some things are going to play out in terms of like what I'm
crossovers
thinking.
And things like that.
So let me send you my Discord links. Also, what is your phone number? I don't even have your phone number.
Oh my gosh, I will go ahead and text it to you, because I'm not sure how to say it on here, because I think you're also still recording. You are still recording.
I cut these. I edit everything, so I cut everything.
You're gonna just be splicing it all.
Yeah. I mean,
I will.
It takes me a week.
Send you my phone number. I also need to send you my address for the
for the
thing.
Box.
So I'll go ahead and do that at some point.
Awesome. 470. That's different.
Yeah, it's the Atlanta. Look at that! I'm doxing myself.
You never know what to put your name as.
I just do Lily or Liliana.
I'm just gonna put Liliana in parentheses. To remind myself who the hell this is.
Yeah.
I have so many contacts on my phone that I gotta delete, because I don't know who these people are anymore. Okay. I will text you. Hold on.
Nice. I was actually gonna say that I need to figure out what I'm doing for dinner.
Me too.
And I know you mentioned that tomorrow we can actually do the Demon Valentine recording. Will Eka join for that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll ask her about times for that.
Cool. I mean, worst
And
case, it could be the two of us.
Olivia, she said if she is available, she might just like listen.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it would be really cool to have input from someone who like, you know, has some different ideas and opinions on that sort of thing. Because
I can push her, but she's only gonna push back because she's also a Taurus. Her birthday's 3 days after mine. So
I haven't even met her and I love her. I mean, and Echo seems so freaking cool too. Also, that name, just awesome.
I know.
And then the whole like just hinting at being witchy and stuff.
To
love
just
it.
Eka.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. And I love that her like screen name was just Eka.
Eka
and I was so tempted to be like, Echo.
Eka etchings. I love that so much. So this is the original writing Discord.
Awesome.
Where's mine? Oh yeah, mine's called Akatar Oddballs. Everyone, all the other names were fucking taken, and I had to think of something interesting.
Yeah.
And this is the Oddballs one for whatever.
Yeah, I had to because my ex was in a bunch of the group chats that I have with his former best friend and my best friend. I had to create a new Discord and a bunch of other stuff. Ew. And so our little video game Discord is just Chaos Tavern. That's not chaos.
What is your, I don't even know anybody's like names or anything.
All right, accept invite. It's really funny too because my Discord name is Tam and it's a fan art image of like I think of like Nesta or like something that gave me Nesta vibes.
I had to change mine because for some reason on the other server like it wouldn't change, so I had to just use my fucking face. Which is annoying. I actually had a comment recently on one of my fics.
Yeah.
And they were like, I love how you do prequels. This is so cool. When are you going to update? And then I was like, I'm really bad at updating my prequels. Because usually I just update like the main two, but I do have to update my prequels.
Yeah.
I have, let's see. So my main fix I updated beginning of June. Shit. It's been 3 months.
Oh my gosh.
The other ones I think I updated beginning of April-ish, maybe. I did Nesta week, I did Tamlin week. I'm gonna plug myself here because I think the fix that I did for this Nesta week and this Tamlin week were like the best ones I've ever written.
I honestly, so I've been thinking of doing something similar to that, but actually like sort of advertising it like once I start up my YouTube and stuff. Instead of doing a character week, you do a music week where you pick, or like a music day or something. So like once a week, you pick a specific song that you're going to listen to on repeat, and then you just write. Pick whatever character you want, and you can do like the same song for multiple weeks with different characters to see what kind of different like scenarios you can get to. Because the way that I write my fan fiction, I make a playlist and I have scenes in my head to be able to like integrate them into the story. It's just a matter of getting from point A to point C with B.
Yeah.
I'm also I just world building.
So I have a Tamlin and Reese's sister prequel.
Nice. Yeah, I love hearing you talk about that on the podcast. Like I love that idea that Pharaoh was wearing the stuff that was Reese's sisters. Because then it's like, oh, that means that wearing the pants and the tunic and stuff. Yeah, especially because, well, I mean, it makes sense because putting on a glamour and you can take it off, sneak her in as some kind of like page boy.
Yeah.
Sneak her out as that. And you're good. Or if the High Lords were doing meetings in Spring Court and she would take the clothes so that way she could sneak to Tamlin's like room or to a garden or something with him. And, you know, just like, oh, this is a letter for you. But then they can actually go on their little dates without worrying about anything.
So when I started the prequel, I hadn't read Crescent City. I'm only 4 chapters in.
Yeah.
But I did a really cool thing where I'm going to have alternative endings. So I'm going to have the ending that, you know, where she actually dies.
Yeah.
For my main fic, because I'm not like involving Crescent City. And then I'm going to have the alternate ending where she goes through like the portal and stuff. But I just love this. I love this comment thread that someone posted the other day on it.
Yeah.
They said, loving these Tamlin prequels. Thank you for writing them. I said, thank you. Rarely get comments anymore, so my motivation has tanked, but I may do an update soon. She said, you're so welcome. That would be amazing. It's so refreshing to get these snippets from Tamlin's past. You're doing the Lord's work. I said, my main fic, which includes some context of these, is A Court of Love and Healing. And then she said, I already downloaded it on my Kindle. The right order is the first, right? Which it's not finished, so you can't really download it till you're finished. But I said, yes, but I also wrote on the top of those corresponding chapters which prequel you would need to read before them, so I have a little guide going on anyway. And then another comment was, so for some context, I named her Novalin, and her middle name is Lauren. And so in the Crescent City world, she uses her middle name just as a little bit. So most of the time he calls her Nova. So good. Love Nova and her banter with Rhys. Can't wait for the rest. And then account deleted. Someone deleted their account, but I loved this comment. They said, here I am again. I've been forced to go back and reread this story because I can't get it out of my head. And I've come up with over 20 theories about what's going to happen from here on out. I need to know how Nova and Tamlin are going to get together at the end of this. But then they deleted their account, so I guess not.
Yeah.
Am I the only one who thought the whole feud was odd? Tamlin was a lot of things, but don't think he would betray. Feyre's sister was done by Ianthe. So at the time, according to Rhys, they were friends. Rhys doesn't call anybody his friend. They might have been close. He was Tamlin's ally. There was no way Tamlin would willingly betray Rhys. That's what I said. What good would that do him? Nothing. And we never got to know the actual story. We need a Tamlin version since we have a Rhys version. Really want to know what actually happened that day. Tamlin's gentle at times, but can also have violent tendencies. I kind of disagree with that. He likes women inside the house, and I don't know why. Your writing's amazing. The whole thing was so nice. Amarantha is being the problem, as always. Yes, Amarantha shows up in this fic.
That's okay.
So the way that I wrote it is that because Rhys tells us that him and Tamlin met during court-wide events.
Yeah.
I have Tamlin and his sister meet that way, and they're actually at a winter solstice masquerade ball in the winter court.
Oh, you know what? What's really funny? You mentioned that in an earlier episode.
I did.
Look at that.
I did. I know, like the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
so
me starting this stuff from the very beginning instead of just the newest one means that I can remind you of the things you've brought up, so we can do like the Sense and Secrets Part 2 and stuff like that.
Yes. Oh. So what happened is, the sisters kind of kept on a tight leash because, she's kind of feisty. She's kind of like the mom, but their father was away. Basically, Rhys, as the heir, was chosen to go to this ball to be like the representative from the Night Court. And Nova just doesn't give 2 fucks. She's like, I am going to this fucking party. And she flies in with her wings in this glimmery purple dress and a black masquerade mask. And Tamlin just looks up and it's like, oh my God, who is this person? She is gorgeous. And so they're like dancing or whatever. And he's all in his feels about this girl and she's all in her feels about him. And Feyre just comes over and he's like, Novalin, Astria, because I made their last name Astria in the fic.
Yeah.
And Tamlin's just like, what the fuck is happening? Like, why are you grabbing this girl or whatever? And then she has this whole argument with Rhys on the dance floor. And Tamlin realizes, holy fuck, it's his little sister.
Oh my gosh.
It's hilarious. And then Amarantha comes over. Because she jelly. that
Of course she
dancing
is.
with Tamlin.
Of course she's jelly.
And there's this whole confrontation. He's like sweating and he like looks terrified. And Nova's like, he's actually gonna take me home after this, so can't dance with you. Sorry. We're
gonna winnow the night court and nobody's gonna
like we're just gonna go. And Amaranth is like all peeved.
You know what'd be so funny though?
Yeah.
Is if like they're doing that, but they don't go to the night court. They go to that cabin in the Illyrian Mountains.
They don't actually leave together. They just kind of go outside on the balcony.
Obviously. But if they were to do that, then you could also put into that fic the whole she's the reason that paint is there. Because I remember that from one of your earlier episodes.
Oh, I 100% think that she took Tamlin to that cabin at some point.
Oh, definitely.
I'm definitely writing that into my fic.
How did Tamlin know the correct painting supplies to get Farah?
Exactly.
Like,
I have made that argument and everyone's like, it would take a idiot to not know you need canvas and paint.
No, because here's where I come in. If you pay attention to the Disney Tangled movie, Mother Gothel gets her the correct painting stuff because she's the one who cultivated that trait in Rapunzel. Mm-hmm. So Rapunzel, if you notice, she doesn't always have the perfect colors. She has to mix them. If Mother Gothel actually knew how to paint, she would have known, oh wait, I need to get her not just these really nice paints from this one place, but she needs more colors.
Because a whole fucking mural was painted in the spring court.
Yeah.
By Rhys's sister.
Yeah.
Come on. With her clothes, the paints, the blue paint, and the cat.
And I'm thinking that it's possible Rhys might not be able to do his Daimati stuff on Amren. So the two of them created the lie that Amren painted during like a vacation.
Yes, because Mor says that too.
And put it into Mor's head, Azriel's, Cassian's. Because also remember how drunk Farah and was it Azriel or Cassian? No, it was Cassian. I think. In Frost and Starlight, and then Azriel's fixing everything.
Yes.
Like there's no way Amren would have been messy with paint.
There's no way Amren was painting. I said that the minute I read that the first time.
It would have either been Rhys's sister, Mor, or Cassian. And Azriel would have tried cleaning it up. Like it was not Amren because she didn't even know how to pee.
Yep.
She didn't understand how normal bodies work. Dude, even like this is the same person who's having sex with a High Lord's cousin.
Like
at least I'm assuming. So like she obviously understands how male bodies work, right?
Yeah.
Because she started sleeping with him before she had to pee.
Yep.
Oh, that's a sentence.
Yep. This is on a later episode because I put this on a later episode, but in chapter 19 of ACOTAR, there is when the paint supplies arrive. Mm-hmm. Wherever Tamlin or the servants had dug them up. Interesting.
Dug them up, or did he order them specially from the place that he would get Rhys's sister's paint stuff from? Because
did he still have some of the paints from the mural that was?
I don't know if he would actually gift, like, because Alice is the one who dug up the clothes.
Yeah,
and she was. Tamlin probably was like, "Hey, why'd you do that?"
Yeah,
but couldn't really say too much about it because of the whole she's in hiding. Or just had to be silent.
The way that he touches the tunic on Calumet when he's getting wild.
What? He didn't actually touch it, did he?
Because he did. He brushes over the tunic.
That's right. There was a different time where he reached out his hand and then he took it back.
Yeah.
Again, an early episode.
The tunic that was so dark purple it could have been black with a
I was gonna say it had gold
something on it.
And the only people I can think of who have those colors and gold, Morrigan wears red and gold.
Yeah.
She even has golden hair. And everyone in Night Court wears black to the Court of Nightmares.
And purple. Come on.
And purple, yeah.
So is that and
because
then it's
Rhys's eyes are purple.
Yeah, I know.
It's not canon, but okay.
But it says When he paused before a set of wooden doors, the slight smile he gave me was enough to make me blurt, "Why do anything this kind?" The smile faltered. It's been a long time since there was anyone here who appreciated these things. I like seeing them used again, especially when there was such blood and death in every other part of his life. And then he opened the gallery doors. For the first time. Probably since she died.
If she died.
If she died. Died.
Yeah.
Say that
I think the storyline is she died, but she didn't actually die.
Yeah.
As you've said. In your early Crescent City mentions episodes.
And then it says, some had been painted through eyes like mine, artists who saw in colors and shapes. Some showcased colors I had not considered. These had a bend to the world. Bend to the world! That told me a different set of eyes had painted them, a portal into someone so unlike me. Like, I don't know, a world walker. A bend to the world.
Yeah.
Come on. It's crazy. And then yeah. When she's talking about the clothes when she comes back, and it says, a set of turquoise night court clothes cut so similarly to Amren's preferred fashion, dangled from her spindly fingers.
Yeah.
She chucked the clothes back into the armoire. Tamlin shredded the two other sets, missed this one because it was in the wrong drawer. Right, I'm sure. The wrong drawer. And then in Akamath, when they're at the Rainbow of Valaris, it says, the Rainbow of Valaris glowed like a fistful of jewels, as if the paint they used on their houses came alive in the moonlight. This is my favorite view in the city, Rhys says, stopping at the metal railing along the river walkway and gazing toward the artist's quarters. It was my sister's favorite, too. My father used to have to drag her kicking and screaming out of Valaris. She loved it so much. The artist's quarters?
I bet his sister knew who used to run that art gallery that Farah refurbished for her own stuff. Probably. Because remember, they bought it from someone because the war.
They had to buy it from her family because she died. Yeah.
So I'm betting. You know what I'm thinking? Maybe his sister was friends with that person.
Probably.
And like the family themselves, because what? You know what? What if they were able to buy it and refurbish it and all that sort of thing, because it was maybe originally going to be left to his sister as like a, hey, whenever our family stops being interested
her brother's
in art,
mate likes painting. And this is also why Rhys and Tamlin both encourage her painting.
And they don't even realize the common ground because they're stubborn. Right? Like, love Tamlin, don't really care for Rhys, but guys, come on, stop being stubborn. It is not a pissing contest. Yeah. It doesn't matter how far it goes.
Can I say, if blue was Lauren's favorite color, because there's a lot of blue. There's a lot of blue in the mural. There's a lot of blue in the cabin. It says, his bare chest was painted with whorls of dark blue woad. From the smudges of paint, I knew exactly where he'd been touched. Why does it have to be dark blue?
Yeah.
In honor of Lauren?
Because it's spring court.
Because when he's being forced to...
It was his way of representing
these other people. It was him...
Like, I'm going to be wearing your color. What if she was the one who painted them on him?
Right?
Like, it used to be that... What if Lucien became the new person to paint it on him? Because Lucien knew the truth. Because he and Lucien have been friends for how many centuries at this point?
I understand he's younger. But if the gallery was never open, I don't know. I don't even know if Lucien knows. I don't even think he would tell Lucien. I think he kept all of that to himself.
You know what? Maybe he wouldn't, because Lucien is still technically a enemy High Lord's son. And it can be used as a weakness against him.
And he knows that because his own father used the Highburn twins to demati him the location of the sister and the mother.
Yeah. Like, I've never really, like, up until meeting you, I hadn't really thought, like, any of this through. I was just like, oh, it's a fantasy book.
And
it's
also,
whoop-de-doo.
And also, it could have been demati, but I think it was a glamour. The way that Baron made Lucien believe that Eris was the one that held him down when he wasn't to drive a wedge between them.
Yep, I remember that episode talking about Eris.
There's a second Eris Week episode from last year where someone on Tumblr, thank God they really did do the Lord's work. They posted like every single like Eris scene. And so we go over every single
in detail. I'm going to look forward to that because that is the type of analysis that I like to do with most of my books. It's kind of hard to do it with a fantasy world that has shitty world building. No offense to SJM. There are plenty of other fantasy books just like it, but that's the point.
Yeah.
You need to start
And can I mention that so I know that lilac is said a lot, and I know like lilac and lavender are two different
lilac, lavender, and citrus. Citrus is mentioned a lot.
Yeah. So lilac and lavender, though, in terms of colors, are often like
they're very different. Like
they are different. One is more blue, one is more pink.
Yeah.
But a lot of times they're used kind of
interchangeably, which is not good.
Yeah. Thank you. That was the word I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
And
lavender, it has more blue tones to it. It's a closer relative to periwinkle than it is to lilac. Lilac, it's more of a pink than a purple anyways.
Yeah. So, I don't think I can scroll it, but hold on. Oh, here it is. All right. So, it says, Lauren was indeed sitting in the breakfast house, or the breakfast room, a book open on the fruit-laden table before her, dressed immaculately in a lilac-colored gown. She was beautiful, as all Fae were, but there was a gentleness to her face, a sadness to her deep blue eyes. Rune's eyes. Reese's eyes. She was always perfectly put together, always pristine and ready for a visit. Not a visit from him, Rune had learned long ago.
Yeah.
And she's also 2 centuries older than him, which makes her about 275, which tracks with Rhys saying that his sister was a couple centuries younger than him. Few centuries younger than him. Lauren's mother, not father, had been a Donnell, which would be Rhys's mother, right?
Yeah.
It was through those blood ties that Rune had been invited to Avalon all those years ago. Blood ties were all that truly mattered among the Fae, passing on the noble heritage. So, Sarah doesn't want us to know what Rhys's last name is.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, it's Darling. No, Darling is Farah. Darling is the exact same thing as like in my area, a dude calling his wife like his like lil lady or like, you know,
honey. So yeah.
Yeah.
So she didn't want to know his last name. They would have gotten their last name from their father, so she had Lauren use her mother's last name. Their mother's last name. But anyway, I was looking up online. It says lilac signal the coming of spring, obviously, as one of the earliest blooming flowers and represent youthful innocence and the first feelings of love.
So,
Tamlin,
the rejuvenation of spring.
Tamlin and
because
Lauren.
In the winter, you're hibernating. You're trying to draw, getting a little niche with it. Winter is when you're drawing into yourself and you're really like you're meditating. It's basically a soul hibernation. Spring is when you're going to be, if you're starting a new relationship, that's the best time to open yourself up, let your walls come down, that sort of thing. So it's literally the rejuvenation of spring.
And, you know, Tamlin was young at this point because he wasn't the High Lord. Lauren was young at this point because she was the little sister of Rhys, right? It also says that in poetry, it can be a returning, associated with ever-returning spring, or a symbol of resurrection.
What did I just say?
Yeah, literally.
Rejuvenating, resurrection.
Rebirth.
It's all kind of the same thing because you're creating yourself anew.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's why spring is the season of rebirth.
Yeah. And then it says, to plant a lilac in a poem is often to point to a speaker in mourning, which again, Tamlin. Come on.
Yeah. Tamlin also wrote poetry.
Like, exactly.
It was more musical poetry. Like, it had a much, well, except for the dirty poetry.
Yeah.
I really wish we would have gotten the full lyrics of
I know.
Yeah. Come on, Tamlin, be a dirty guy.
Yeah. Also, you want to know what I figured out after Christmas? Which random.
What'd you figure out this time?
I did like a little chart.
Oh, sweet Lord. Oh my gosh. I keep seeing you holding your phone, and I was about to be like, she's gonna show me something at some point. Because you're literally sitting here like this. You're like, yeah, I'm reading directly off a screen. And then you're like, yeah, so here it is. Of course.
This wasn't the one I just read. You should have seen the one I just read.
Oh, good Lord.
It just says Rhys equals Rune, uncle and nephew. Lauren equals Rune's mom / Rhys's sister. Cormac equals Azriel, both shadow singers, spies. Flynn equals Tamlin, Springcourt families, cocky yet self-deprecating. Then I said Declan is unique. He is gay.
Self-deprecating. Oh my gosh.
Declan is unique. He is gay, but also a techie, which Prithian wouldn't have. But I guess the most likely would be Thiessen, a quiet neutral, and his court has tinkerers.
Techie. Is that really what techie. I just? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And then the closest
and thing. Oh my gosh. Also, he also has healing.
The way that I have it, like, because one of the maps that I've done where I like sort of drew like different little things for each court. So like Spring Court was different roses, Autumn was leaves. For Dawn, I did little like alchemy things. So like little potion jars and stuff like that. So rather than it being tech in Crescent City, it's alchemy in Dawn. Because isn't Nuan from Dawn? Yeah. That's
originally from
alchemy.
Zion, and then I connect Zion to the Southern Continent and Tog, which makes magic and tech.
Alchemy. If you read This Dark Endeavor and Such Wicked Intent, it's like a retelling of Frankenstein from like Frankenstein's brother's point of view. And it really goes into the magic alchemist type stuff because that's how they bring his brother.
Yeah. So like, and also they both have the healing magic. Like they're
also it's kind of just like no shit.
And then I just said, also obviously more blonde hair, light brown eyes. Cormac blonde hair, light brown eyes. Rune, Lauren, Rhys black hair, violet eyes.
Yeah.
And then I said Cormac is a distant cousin to Lauren, Rune's mom, and by proxy Rune. Moore is a distant cousin to Rhys, and by proxy Az. Not right now, no. I said you'll get this in Hofas. Therefore, Cormac is from Moore's line, and Azriel's, Lauren, and Rune are from Rhys's line, which tracks with their magic. And then I said, on top of that, Rune and Tristan Flynn are the Rhys and Tamlin of Crescent City, the mirror of the friendship which worked out.
Yeah.
R&T, night and spring. They even met the exact same way and have the same backstory of hating the pompous elite, High Lord parties, and befriending each other during them.
Yeah.
Which I thought was kind of cool. And then I also said SJM did a really cool thing / clue where in the Crescent City world, the Spring Court guy is the one that had the little sister instead of the Night Court guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I thought that was funny. And then I went on this whole rant about how every time somebody draws Rune, it's with flower tattoos or a rose tattoo when it's literally not even said. It's like subliminal messaging.
Yeah, no, it's like I was assuming it was the tattoos like how it is for Rhys and Cassian and Azriel because they're somehow, those tattoos might not just be a slave bond, it's a blood bond. So the slave master basically has the tattoo. And then whoever he controls also has them. So by correlation, that means that Rune, by being related, is a master.
That would be
now. Could that correlate to controlling the ones like Hunt who have become branded?
I don't know,
because that would be very interesting.
And then I still think that, which again I've said, you've listened to it, whatever. But I still think that Elain was talking about LORINNN in Akawar when she says, I can hear her crying. Everyone thinks she's dead, but she's not, only different, changed as I was. And everyone's like, well, how is she changed? Because she is under the effects of the parasite. She can't take her wings out.
She's in a different world entirely that has only been reintroduced to Prithian because of Bryce and Nesta.
She literally doesn't know how to work tech. Rune has to come over and fix her stuff for her.
Her poor AC unit. But I mean, also, being half Illyrian, she's probably used to making do rather than having AC.
Yeah.
Because they don't have that.
Maybe.
They have magic where they have the magical breezes, but Illyrians don't really have that.
Yeah.
They just suffer through what's on the mountain or however they're
I mean, I feel like it would be different only because, like, obviously her father was the High Lord and they lived in High and shit like that.
But she probably, because of Parasite keeping her from taking her wings out, she probably has stifled magic to where she can't create her own breezes.
Oh, 100%.
And nobody's like processing like, well, she doesn't know how to work this, so what if we just
I think the whole thing with Tamlin was that she was supposed to come back. But I don't think she could come back because of the parasite.
Yeah.
And then she's trapped there. And so because she didn't come back, he does actually think she's dead.
But also, what if there's something on Prythian that's stopping it too? Like, what if there was a thing in Hybern that was preventing Tamlin from being able to even... The whole memory thing with Rhys and all this other stuff, and how Tamlin, what if he, not his fault, forgot about her due to, I think you've mentioned this and I'm getting the theory from you. It sounds like a you theory. But like, he just, you know, there's some sort of magic that's just, I think, stifling all of Prythian.
I was going to bring that up. I
feel like it's covering the world, and like Rhys is...
Well, I think that her and Tamlin made a bargain where she couldn't tell anybody what was happening until she came back, and because she didn't come back, he literally can't tell anybody, and that's why he skirts around the argument. I mean, the apology.
Yeah. I also feel
Amaranth
that,
is also involved too, but
yeah. But also keep in mind, like with the wall, it's a stone wall, but then the magic continues into the sky. So what if there's some sort of dome of like something that the like Asteri did leave behind that is making it to where it's very difficult to have a high king and a high queen? That's why Nesta has both of them now to basically be a spell cleaver, but with an actual weapon, because she can't do it the way that Farah and Helion do it.
So, if you remember, Thea waved her hand to destroy the Dust Court.
That's right.
Tamlin waved his hand to destroy Under the Mountain.
Yeah.
And we hear from Vesperus that there are still 2 First Light cores, both under Ramiel and under the Mountain.
Yeah.
So who's going to have to get to Under the Mountain to get that First Light core? Tamlin crushed the entrance. It's going to have to be him.
Yeah. Because I think they also have a direct tunnel, because at the end of Under the Mountain, not only does he collapse it, but he and Farah walk through a tunnel directly to Springport, underneath other courts.
Yep. And I say in the episode that I love the fact that she went back to Akatar for Crescent City 3, because I'm the only person that I've seen who has pointed this out, but Tamlin's cave, when they're confronted by the Adder, Lucian yells at the Adder and he says, "Stop sending your ilk through the cave." It's like not religious, what do you call it? Like sacred.
Yeah.
So she's sending monsters through a thin place into Spring. So Spring to Under the Mountain is a thin place.
Yep.
And I find that funny because then everyone's like, you know, Tamlin should have let Farah go with him, and da-da-da-da. They were already in the border. They were already in the border because they were using the thin places. Like, she just makes me so much. What is this? Did I not? I ordered a Autumn Court tea set.
Yeah.
From A Touch of Magic Designs. And I got one of them, but I accidentally ordered 2.
Oh.
And so I just got the art and the pin in a little envelope, but where the freak is the tea set? I mean, they did do this before where they shipped it separately, so maybe it's just
I got this like reading journal set thing, and oh, that's so cute.
Oh my god.
But they sent So I got the reading journal first. It like was next day shipping, and then the other stuff it took 2 weeks to get here. It's a pencil case, bigger than the ones I have.
I ordered these in like
a lot
April.
of pens. Good Lord.
But now they're like, oh, shipping to the US with the tariffs and
yeah. Oh my gosh. You're probably gonna cut this out, but with Texas, there's a new law that went into place. So companies like I think it was Send a Friend or something like that. They can no longer send out SMS messages for discounts and things like that. What? Because it's considered soliciting through your phone. Yeah.
That's funny.
Crazy.
That's crazy. What is this? It looks like a book. I don't know what book. I guess we'll find out.
A book to add to your collection?
To add to my collection. Ooh.
Ah, General Kenobi. Another lightsaber for my collection. I had to teach my family that reference, and I was so sad.
Oh, this book smells. No, it's not the book. It's the cardboard. Reeks.
The cardboard?
You know how sometimes, like, it smells really musty?
Or how some stuff smells, like, heavily of plastic and all?
Yeah, that's...
So whatever that box was sitting next to was definitely...
Smells like vomit.
Ew.
I hope the book doesn't smell like that. Oh, finally, my paperback copy.
Oh my gosh.
I have all the paperbacks, and I didn't have this one in paperback because they weren't up on Amazon yet, so I had to get it from Barnes & Noble. I don't know where they shipped it from, though, because it was not Barnes & Noble, but okay. But yeah, it just, you know.
Yeah.
I have, hold on. Do little fan arts. Okay, so I did this whole annoyed reel where I was like, he literally has rose and flower tattoos every single time. Like, look, okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Like, every single.
But if you, I mean, I guess they're trying to make him like a soft boy or something.
I don't know. But why flowers? Why?
Ew. Especially like the flowers on like the AI art. It's very much like, okay, is this fantasy or is this
These are all drawn though. Why flowers?
Yeah, but like, I mean, and some of them like they look like, oh, he's just a biker dude from some motorcycle biker gang contemporary romance. He doesn't look fey, especially with tattoos that look like modern things.
Yeah.
It needs to be like the ACOTAR. It's SJM. Do you really think she's going to be doing modernized tattoos like that?
Well, in Crescent City, I do.
But if you pay attention to the tattoo that she has Bryce get because of Danica, it's still not how we would do tattoos. I mean, it's like how I've done my own tattoos, sort of, obviously professionally, because mine, I did 3 of mine by myself. But like, it's not meant to look perfect. It's not supposed to be vivid colors.
Yeah.
Like there's no,
I don't know. I don't think
I've noticed, I mean, some of them don't even think it through. Some of them have done like where they're white flowers. White is extremely painful, especially because he does have a darker skin tone. Yeah. You have to do more layers and get deeper in there. I mean, I did yellow above my ankle bone, and I, at the time, wasn't really feeling much pain because I had very fat ankles when I was doing it because my feet swell constantly. So I didn't really feel much pain. But then I was like, oh, wait, I'm going too deep because I'm literally bleeding.
Oh, no.
And so now I have scars that are yellow. You cannot do white flowers on a darker skin tone unless you are expecting
I definitely think his tattoos are black, but I feel like it's just the flower imagery all the time.
I don't think they're black. I think they're a blue close to black. Like an extremely dark, like navy, because he doesn't seem like he would have, like, I feel like with his mother being who she is, I feel like he would have gone to her and been like, yeah, I want some tattoos. And she would have recommended maybe a blue, like a dark, dark blue.
Yeah.
Just so it like how blue hair in the sun, like it
like
sometimes
don't even get me started with his relationship with his mom. Like, why are you that dodgy?
I've listened to the podcast episode that you ranted. Well, one of the episodes you rant about it. Oh my gosh, we've been on here for a while.
I gotta go eat in a second.
I do too.
I understand her maybe not being in the headspace to be a good mom, which kind of would have been like Azriel's mom if she had custody of him at that time. But you also have to, you're a grown 75-year-old man, Faye, now, right?
Yeah.
So you have to kind of take into account, which I know, how your quote-unquote father, how the Autumn King fucking treats you. You have to at least think of how he must have treated her. And, like, she's literally lonely here. She has no friends. She doesn't leave the house.
She doesn't belong because she's not from there.
She doesn't belong here.
She doesn't know how to make friends without.
She's probably terrified with cars and shit. Like, she doesn't want to leave the house. And, like, you're a grown man. Like, you're not gonna, like, take her out to lunch or take her somewhere.
I actually thought of something. Her AC breaking. What do you mean some, like, prince's mother has a broken AC? What if she broke it herself? Like, she figured out just enough to be able to break it, because what if the sound is sensitive because her Fae hearing is a lot different than the Fae in Crescent City?
Yeah.
Because there's like different types of genetics, different types of mutations,
or even if she just wanted him to come over, like, company.
Exactly. It's so easy to figure out how to break stuff. It's harder to fix it. So, like, she definitely has learned some tricks to be able to be like,
right,
darling son, come fix. Thank you. I would do it.
Summer,
if I were her, I would do it.
And it's like, he just makes her seem stupid, and I feel really bad. Like, I just need her to be like, fuck this shit. I'm done playing this little Bond. Like, I'm done. Get me back to my fucking planet. Because I feel like she lost a lot of her, feistiness and stuff. And it kind of went backwards, right? Because, yes, Prythian is a patriarchy, but they don't, like, other than the Autumn Court, they don't openly suppress their women, right?
Yeah.
Whereas in Crescent City, the Asteri is ruling, and you have the men ruling, and they do kind of openly suppress the women, at least the Fae.
Yeah.
So I feel like she was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I'm not gonna get along well here. Like,
yeah.
Her. I feel so bad for her.
Yeah. I feel like with Crescent City, we need a little novella about her. Just like, what does she do during her day,
Like, she's been there like 200 something years, or technically, I think it was more like Rune's age. I think it was more 75 years.
Yeah.
I think Sarah just fucked up the timeline.
It was definitely 75 because Tamlin they were waiting for Farah for about 50 years.
Yeah. And then, like, Rhys makes it seem like it's fresh, but then he's like, but then Lucian's like, oh, I came here a couple centuries ago, like when he was young.
Yeah.
But I was like,
centuries.
But then he didn't know Rhys's sister, so then, like, because Tamlin saved him, so Tamlin was already High Lord. Couple centuries. It's so weird. It's so weird.
What if one of the things that, like, how I was thinking, like, there's a magic, like, suppressant over all of Prythian. What if really only the people who were closest to Rhys's sister remember her? So the Night Court people, because that was their High Lord's daughter. And then Tamlin, because they had an illicit affair. And then, like, that's about it. Yeah. And so to Alice, grabbing those clothes for Farah, they're just some clothes. Yeah. No big deal. Maybe a page boys, whatever.
Yeah.
And
it's just, she
because that would also
so
line
much
up
of the timeline.
That would also line up with the whole bargain thing of, like, you were thinking how the two of them have a bargain where they can't talk about it until things are fixed and she's back.
Yeah. So it's just, that's just the main thing that bothers me, is that it seems like it was 75 years ago and everything would match up to it being about 75 years ago.
Yeah. First war, second war.
Except Lucian saying, I came here a couple centuries ago.
Well, also keep in mind, Lucian is sarcastic, and he did purposely mess with Farah with, like, the surreal and stuff. So what if he doesn't literally mean a couple centuries? Because SJM does do that, where you think to take it literally, and then 5 pages later, like, oh wait, No, not literal. It's some kind of metaphor or sarcasm. So I'm thinking he's trying to play it off. He's old, he's older than he actually is. So he's like, yeah, a couple centuries ago.
But he
when
says
really
it again. She has him say it again in fucking Aka War when he's talking to Azriel, and he's like, "Oh well, my information on the Autumn Court is a couple centuries old." And I was like, "God damn it!"
Because the Autumn Court may not have changed up a bunch of stuff until after Baron kicked him out.
Yeah.
Exiled him, basically.
Yeah.
He left whatever the
But he's still
is.
saying, like, oh, I got exiled a couple centuries ago. So it's like, this fucking timeline doesn't make sense.
And it's really only him messing it up, too. Like, it's him specifically. Everything else lines up. So something to do with him is off. It might just be SJM.
Because he's only, like, what, 300, if that? He would be older than Rhys's. No, he would be younger than Rhys's sister, right?
I want to see what the fan wiki says because
he's a couple centuries younger than Rhys and Tamlin. So he would have been about Lauren's age. So if Lauren is 275-ish, yeah, Lucien is give or take 275 to 300, maybe a little older, 300-ish. I would say Lucien was a little older.
The fan wiki says that he's less than 500.
Yes. He's less than 400. Because he's a good couple centuries younger than them. Yeah.
In A Court of Thorns and Roses, Rhysn says to Lucien, I was slaughtering on the battlefield before you were even born, given Rhysn finishing his training at 28 when the war started, which was 500 years before. So yeah, Lucien is less than 500.
Yeah. And then we know that the affair with Lady A and Helion didn't start until the war. And then it lasted like decades.
Which means Lucien is the youngest.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
no, Lucian's the youngest. Yeah. So
other than Tarquin. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I don't think that Rhys's sister was born yet. Because he's younger than Tamlin. Tamlin was born during the war.
Tamlin
right
was
when it
born,
started.
Yeah, when it started.
Tamlin was born.
But because of how they bond so well, I'm thinking there might be I think Lucien may be in like his lower 400s by the time we get to like Silver Flames. Because Nesta and Farah and them are like, Nesta's in her like late 20s by the time her book happens.
I usually say that Lucien is about 350. Because it puts
I've been kind of putting them like with my fic, I added 5 years onto whatever they were in Silver Flames.
Yeah.
So I think that Azriel was
545.
Yeah, because in the book was
he's 540 and Akasif. Tamlin's 510, and then Rhys and Cassian are 537.
Oh my gosh, Azriel's the oldest. That's crazy.
He is. Yeah. Because remember, they were 8.
That's why he's so much more mature and respectful.
Yeah, 3 years. Yeah, because remember, they were 8 and then he was 11 dragged out of
right.
And they had to teach him how to fly.
Yeah. Poor buddy.
Poor baby.
I want to find
timeline. It drives me crazy. Why would you publish this shit without a set fucking timeline? It drives me nuts. And you cannot retcon by saying, "Oh, well, timey-wimey."
I have an answer for this.
Shut up.
I haven't answered your question. Not everyone is as psychotic as you are. I love you dearly, and I mean this as a compliment, but you murder board the blank wall behind you right now.
Okay, but I feel like having
little lines.
I feel like at least having a set timeline.
Oh yeah, no, I even have like a basic. I write like actual I'll go on like Word or like Google Docs or something, and I'll get like a template for like an outline for like an essay or something like that, and I will actually.
I am telling my beta readers
like timeline.
I know I suck at timelines, but you need to point it out to me so I can check because I'm not publishing.
I'm also a little behind on your novel, like with like taking notes and stuff. But I mean, I have a designated notebook for it.
Yeah.
I've already filled in like 10 pages. And like some of it's like, oh, this word might sound better if it was actually this word, like a title or something. Not like the title, but like there are certain things where it's just like, ooh,
Yeah.
this isn't as catchy, maybe try this instead, like synonyms, stuff like that. I get picky when I am like told like, hey, I want to critique this. Because whenever I give people my writing, like, not to toot my own horn, but I've never had a single person since my like sophomore, junior year English teacher critique it. And even then she was just like, yeah, I don't think you need to rhyme. It's poetry, but just write your feelings. And since then it's just sort of been everyone's like, oh, your writing is so great. I know for a fact you are not saying that about my first draft. And even you were saying that. You're like, this is so good. It's a first draft. I don't understand. Like, what do you mean it's so good?
Yeah.
And like some people are like, no, yeah, this is like, I didn't think this was a first draft. And it's just like
so many of my betas, and I was like, please just
like I love that people will happily read other people's writing. But when we're asking you to read, it's not for you to kiss our ass and say, oh my gosh, this is great. No, I want you to tell me, like, hey, this word's actually a slur or something, you know? Like, I want to make sure.
Did I ever tell you that I actually got into poetry because it was was it senior year? Yeah, I think it was senior year. Senior year, I had an English teacher, and we were reading, what was it? I'm blanking, but we were reading one of like the literature works that, you know, English classes read or whatever. And so we had to make a long tale about a character that we made up.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I did like three, 4 pages, whatever, and it was all rhyming.
That's insane.
I did it about like a doctor who was like an alchemist, and it was like all rhyming. And he's like, oh, this is good. Like, you should submit this to the Boston Globe, you know, contest, whatever.
Yeah.
I want a silver key.
To the city?
No, it was literally a pin that was a silver key.
That's crazy.
But
here, you're so like, smart, you get a key that doesn't do anything.
I know. It was like, there was like gold, silver, bronze, and then like honorable mentions.
Yeah.
And so I was just like, I'm just the type of person where I'm like, I'm not gonna get anything, whatever.
Yeah, I've never really done it for like competition
so, like,
or anything
over
like
the
that.
fucking loudspeaker, they're like, silver keys, and I was like, what? Was that my name?
Yeah,
we had a whole ceremony in the city.
Oh my gosh.
We got to go up and like receive our award.
That's awesome.
It was a fucking pin.
That's crazy. I had always like been writing. When I was a little kid, I was a little bit dyslexic, so I'd misspell my own name. It was really funny. It's now like a running gag that me
Canterbury Tales.
Oh, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I was like, it was Tails.
Yeah. But I've always been writing, and when I've told my family, like, yeah, I'm gonna publish my stuff, they're like, okay, so when? Because we're gonna buy it because we know you're good, even though you never share it.
My family would never read my stuff.
It's really funny because my biological mom has actually like when she was like my age, she had submitted like poetry and stuff. And I've had multiple people cry over my poetry, and like I've been told many times where it's like you don't expect it to be emotional when you first look at it. And I think it was beginning of my junior year. I was in a creative writing class for an elective. So we got to like sort of publish our stuff into the literary magazine at the school I went to. And it was great. You know, there were a lot of like short stories, poems, photography even, just so everyone could get their little niche in there and just be, you know, represented.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of people, including like teachers, like asking me if I was okay and like how my like home life was because of the poem I submitted was about like how I felt being an eldest child, but pushed aside by my family. And I was just like, I don't really like therapy, so I just kind of write my feelings.
Just kind of deal with it.
and like one of the main things I was told was just like, yeah, you should publish this. You could really reach a lot of people. And it's just like, I could reach a lot of people. I just don't like people. Like, I have such a fear of like plagiarism and like stuff like that. It's just like, oh, I don't want to risk it, but at the same time,
I know
I want my voice to finally like be heard and out there. That's why I was so glad you told me to like do a YouTube channel, because I talked to my
100%.
family about it and they're like, "Oh, definitely. You have an opinion. You love being heard. You might not get a lot of views, but you'll get us." And I was just
You know what you should do?
"Oh." What?
You should do something that one of my podcast friends is doing on her TikTok. Carmen recently did a first page work in progress critique.
Oh.
And people submitted their first pages.
Honestly, that sounds so fun, but I am like you, where I'm a little too blunt sometimes, and I do the red pen type thing, and it's like, yeah, so no, take this whole paragraph out. This is wrong. No.
Yeah.
And I don't want to hurt people's feelings. That's why I want to keep the critiquing to like music and like books. Plus I've even thought about like possibly seeing if there's like a little like community for like just learning things. Because I have a lot of like a couple of my books on these bottom two shelves. I have one that's literally like an analytical of a bunch of different like it's a theoretical analysis of writing and getting into like the different authors and stuff like Edgar Allan Poe and all that sort of thing. I love annotating just about people's lives too. So it's just like, I mean, I've even thought of doing a few videos of like how I annotate, how like teachers annotate, and what I've learned is like a good middle ground, because that would definitely help, especially with my siblings being like close to high school for the most part.
Yeah.